Exciting, thrilling, awesome. Let's take a look.
What's up, Mets fans? Welcome back to Talking Mets Hit Rob. June 6th, Tuesday, NL East rivalry showdown. Mets Braves in Atlanta at Truist Park. New York Mets are coming off of getting swept by the Toronto Blue Jays. A 3-3 homestand that started off extremely good for our New York Mets. And they completely turned a 180 in the Toronto series with the lack of offense that they've shown in that series. And now the New York Mets are 30-30 on the season, 5.5 games back of the first place Atlanta Braves. And they are looking to show some type of life. And what better way to show some life on the road in Atlanta against a team that you have to beat? It's just that simple. They are on the pedestal right now. They're the ones holding that divisional trophy. They are the ones that the Mets or any other team in the NL East has to take that title from. And until any team does that, the Braves are still on the top. And that is just the way it is, unfortunately, for us and everybody else in the NL East right now. And as bad as the Mets have played, and I keep on reiterating this over and over again to a lot of Mets fans, and even if you watched the show yesterday with Chris and Keith yesterday, along with me on the Mets Monday Report show last night, I keep on saying, as bad as the Mets are, this year. And let's be honest, how they're still a 500 team is definitely beyond me. But they are. And what they have done, which we've seen teams in our own division do, is stay within striking distance of a playoff spot. And I know that doesn't sound that doesn't sound as the best news or great or the way you want it to be. But how did it work out last year where the Mets had 5 months of a great season and the last month turned the season all the way into shit, right? That is what we have to do when it comes to looking at it from a different perspective. Because in the Mets' sake this year, and lucky for us, but it is also lucky for other teams like the Padres, like the Phillies, that are struggling right now, the NL East is not that good. When you're chasing Pittsburgh and Miami in the wild card, I can assure you the Padres, the Phillies, and the Mets all feel pretty confident that they can turn a season around or at least make a run later in the year to get a playoff spot. And you know what? The Mets are facing two teams that they're chasing right now, in the Braves and the Pirates, in the division in one case and the wild card in another. So for all the negativity that has been going around, fire Buck, fire Epler, and oh, by the way, I guess Cohen and Epler kind of made a right decision where everybody killed them for not going after a 34-year-old DeGrom over, and going for JV instead of Jacob DeGrom. And I can clearly see that worked out. And let's be honest, guys, all the credit, the lack of credit Epler gets, which he deserves none, give him a little bit of credit for that, because I don't think this was all Cohen's decision in that aspect, because Cohen is like us. He's a huge Mets fan that has a ton of money. A little bit of an emotional connection when it comes to the Mets fans and, what Cohen is with Jacob DeGrom for what he accomplished with the Mets. But there was no mistake about it. The Mets had a very good idea. Many years in a row now, it was with the shoulder, it was a little bit of forearm, it was a little bit of neck, and it was just trickling down. Every injury started to get lower, lower, and lower from the neck down, and it finally trickled down to the fact that his ACL finally gave out, his UCL finally gave out. And you know what? Good for the Mets for once, because usually we get burned in a situation like that, because no matter how bad or good JV is, if he pitches 25 starts, 27 starts this year, it is a lot more that Jacob DeGrom will give us. And on top of that, when people are like, some people are like, well, we paid a 40-year-old pitcher. Yeah, but it was on a short-term deal. Do you imagine if the Mets did not go after JV and sign Jacob DeGrom to that ridiculous contract? How many people would kill Epler every single day and kill Cohen every single day? And exactly, Mike, thank you. Sandy Alderson talked about it when he was like, he is damaged goods. And let's be honest, guys, he has not pitched more than 15 games over the last couple of years. And to give him the contract that the Texas Rangers gave him, and on top of that, they didn't even put insurance on that contract. So every dollar that they pay Jacob DeGrom is coming out of the owner's pocket. Again, the owner's not going to cry, going to be broke over it. But let's be honest, guys. Come on. That was one of the better moves the Mets did not make. And we have to look at it in a different perspective, because at the very least, JV is pitching now. He's on the mound every fifth day. Again, it could still end in a disaster, but would you rather play a guy 2 years of a contract or 5 years of a contract and not knowing if he's ever going to pitch again? Because there's no guarantee here. Because it's not just about the Tommy John surgery that I have an issue with when it comes to Jacob DeGrom, because pitchers come back from that. Look at JV. Look at Verlander last year, right? The problem with Jacob DeGrom is that it's always something else. Getting that UCL ligament strong again. And now he always had that shoulder issue. He always had the neck issue. It's always a little thing. Jacob DeGrom has to feel 100% to step on the mound. We've seen that as a Met. If he doesn't feel 100% with no pain, that's it. He's not pitching. So people are like, he'll be back next year and he'll be great. Are we sure about that? There's a pretty good chance you're not going to see him until he's like 36 years old. And who knows what that's going to be like. Even though I think Jacob DeGrom can pitch without throwing 101 every pitch. But still, that doesn't mean that, we all know Jacob deGrom. He does not pitch if he doesn't feel 100%. That is a huge deal. Well, Rocky, exactly. The best move sometimes you make is the move you don't make. And look, I'm not saying that, signing JV, it was clearly the better move. It was a shorter term deal, and there's less risk in signing Justin Verlander over Jacob deGrom because of the years that you gave Jacob deGrom. So, but again, Justin Verlander can have a 4 ERA this year. Again, it's not worth the money that we gave him, but at the end of the day, it's still a less of a risk than Jacob deGrom was, because people would have destroyed the Mets if they would have chose Jacob deGrom over Justin Verlander, and it would have been a huge deal, because especially if the way the Mets are playing this year, and Jacob deGrom had 6 starts this year, it would have been a disaster. It would have been an absolute disaster. And you know what? For all the killing and the blame that the front office has gotten over the last year, they got this right, guys. And again, that's not giving them any credit. Any like, if the Mets get swept in this series, somebody's probably going to get fired. Either way. But we got to give credit where credit's due sometimes. And listen, it starts today with the New York Mets. It's very simple, right? I talked about this yesterday on the show, the Mets Monday Report yesterday with Keith and Chris. And by the way, check those guys out, right? I talked about this. Last year, it was late in the year when the Mets got punched in the mouth and couldn't recover. I said this against this year a couple of times. When the Mets got punched in the mountain multiple times this year, there was time to recover. Every time you think this team is done for, the year is done, it's over, the Brewers, early in the year, what was it, the second series of the year, when we got swept by the Brewers, I had people on this channel saying that the season was over. This team is not the same. And yet they come back, play well. They go on a road trip against bad teams. They have a losing record against losing teams on the road, come back and have the 2 series against the Rays and the Guardians. And people thought they were done before that either. People thought we were going to get swept by the Rays. Same thing prior to the Rays series, to the Phillies series, right? Didn't play well in Chicago and Colorado. Come back. Oh, the Phillies are going to really show what a better team that they are, and the Mets swept the Phillies. So every time you think this team is done, they surprise you. And again, that doesn't mean that they're going to, go on a big run here, but why not, right? For all the years that the Braves came back in 2021 and 2022, around this time, the Nationals did it, the Phillies did it later in the year last year, the Braves did it for the last 2 years. There's no reason why this Mets team can't do it. This time last year, the Mets had a 9-game lead. There were 18 games over 500 in the division, and everybody thought the Braves were on the brink of trading players and thinking about not really doing anything last year, and they did it. And at the end of the day, it only took a tiebreaker. It's not like they beat us by 7 games, guys. It was 1 or 2 games. And when you have 5 months of the season that were the best seasons in a very long time for us Mets fans, and 1 very bad season, you can't just look at that and say, well, this team got punched in the mouth and never recovered, because they recovered every time you thought they were down and out this year. And they found a way to come back, and they've been hovering around 500 ever since the first 20 games of the season. After they started off 14 and 17, they've been around the 500 team. So it's very simple. How about, and I said this last night on the show, and I'll say it again, how about punching the Braves in the mouth? I'm not talking about taking 2 or 3. How about punching them in the mouth and let them come off the mat, right? Taking 2 of 3, no matter how you do it, is taking 2 of 3. I guarantee you, if the Mets get a couple of lucky bounces and they find a way to win 2 out of 3, people will be like, oh, but we won this way, we won that way. But if it was the other way around, the Mets season is over, right? It doesn't work like that. You win the game any way you can. If it turns out that we have to win 10-9 games, you win. If you find out you have to win 2-1 games, you win. How about punching the Braves in the mouth and let them come off the mat? Because the Mets never really done that last year. It was a lot of back and forth last year. I think the Mets took the first 2 series of the year, and then it kind of went back and forth until the last series of the year in September. So let the Braves figure out a way to get off the mat. Punch them in the mouth. Again, we can go both ways, thinking that the Mets or the Braves have the pitching matchups in this series. We can go back and forth here. Spencer Strider hasn't pitched well in his career against them. It's a young career, but hasn't pitched well against the Mets. And the Mets seem to have his number. Again, that can always change, but he had his number. So you have to give the Mets a little bit of an advantage in that game only because they had his number. Charlie Morton, the veteran of that rotation, has pitched well against the Mets. Bryce Elder, again, still a very, very short span of his career, so we can't really judge him yet, but has pitched well this year. I worry about Carrasco today because he's not going to blow by people in this game. He's got to use a lot of finesse, and what I think he has to do is try to keep the Braves hitters off balance. Let them hit the ball. Don't try to strike these guys out. Let them hit the ball. Keep them off balance. If they do that, they have a good chance of winning. But it comes back to the whole entire thing. Pitching, can the Mets put the pitching and the hitting together at the same time? Because they haven't done that a lot this year. They haven't. Let's be honest. If they can do that, they got a very good chance of winning this series. It's just very simple. Well, Nick, I guarantee you, Nick, I guarantee you said the same exact words against the Rays prior to the series. I guarantee you said the same thing prior to the Phillies series when the Mets had 2 bad road trips coming back home. Over and over again, when the Brewers swept the Mets early on in the season, people thought this was a disaster. Every time people said, "Oh, I don't see it," people thought the Rays were going to sweep us. People thought the Phillies were going to beat us 2 out of 3 or even sweep us. Every time everybody doubts this team, they find a way to come back and give a little bit of belief of this team. Again, just taking 2 out of 3 here will make people happy, Met fans happy, but what does that really mean, right? They got to continue that. Maybe that will. There's one time in a series last year. There's one time in a series where one series can change it can change the entire season. If the Mets have a good series, so what if the Mets play very good in this series but still lose 2 out of 3? Are you going to say the season's over? But they played very well. Say they lose a couple of, very close games. The games came down to the end of the games, but played well, pitched well, got clutch hits. But the Braves also pitched well and got clutch hits. Right? Are the Braves a bad team because they got swept? They lost the series to the A's and the Mets swept the A's. That's why baseball is so crazy, because when you think you know, you really don't. It's just that simple. Baseball is one of those sports, right? If I would have told you prior to the Mets playing the A's and the Braves playing the A's, both teams you would think would sweep the A's, right? Well, if the Braves are so good, why did they lose 2 out of 3 against the A's? Nick, I don't even think you're a Mets fan, because the way you act all the time, you say 2 out of 3, 2 out of 3. Well, you said that before, Nick. I'm sorry. You were here with the Rays series. We're going to get swept. The Mets took 2 out of 3, right? You probably said that when the Phillies came to town against the Mets. I'm sorry, but we don't know anything about baseball when it comes to predicting wins, because we can predict all we want. That's your opinion, and everybody else has their own opinion as well. I'm sorry. Look, you can have negative criticism toward this team. I welcome that all the time. But when you completely act like baseball is so cut and dry and played on paper, it's ridiculous. It really is. Sorry. I'm sorry. But it also comes back to the fact that the Braves, as bad as the rest of the NL East is, are still have only a 5.5 game lead. And I think it's 3.5 against the Marlins. It's not like they're running away with a division here. as I said a few minutes ago, the Mets were 9 games up last year at this point, 18 games over 500. And again, I'm when I said it yesterday on the show, I didn't have, all of us, Keith, Chris, and me, all said skeptical, but says that I see a way of the Mets winning 2 out of 3 because the Braves go through stretches this year, and they have this year, of where their lineup can't hit. They had the same issues as well. So, they got a lot more thunder in that lineup as well. But they also have problems. And they always don't hit on all cylinders. They had a good series against the Diamondbacks, but look at their last 25 games. They have not played well. Again, that can all change. But it also doesn't mean that the Mets can't win, because if you know anything about baseball, it's not predictable. It's just very simple. Again, I guarantee, who predicted the Phillies in August going to the World Series? You would have laughed at me if I told you that, right? That's just the way baseball is. And the way baseball is now, just get in, baby. That's it. You just got to get into the playoffs. Everybody wants a division title. But how did that work out for the Braves last year? How did that work out for the Dodgers last year? How did that work out for the Yankees last year? How did it work out for any team that won the division last year besides the Astros? So it's crazy to me. Mets fan, it's not. See, those are the stupid comments that are ridiculous, because you said that. I guarantee you said that many times this year already, and it's not over. It's June. Okay? It's ridiculous for you to say that, because there's 3.5 months of a season left. That's it. Like, it's not over. Now, the division won't be looking good, but I'm sorry, are you scared of the Marlins and Pittsburgh Pirates, who are 2-3 in the wild card? I can assure you that the Mets, Padres, and Phillies are not too worried about that. Do we all think the Marlins and the Pirates are going to keep this up? They might. Good for them. But the season's not over. If you think it's over, then you did not watch baseball last year, you did not watch baseball in 2021, or you just don't care to pay attention to exactly what's been going on. Miami's not losing. I know, because they've won a lot too, right? Again, you're only talking about the division, Mets fan. That's the stupidity in your comment. And the Mets played better against good teams than they had against bad teams this year. So the Mets should go on a roll in June, if you want to go just on paper, because that's where you're going on. Again, Mets fan, you're only talking about the division. Again, newsflash, it's not the 80s anymore. There's wild card teams now. If you don't realize that and not paying attention to baseball, then your comment is pointless. Sorry. All right, so the game's about to start, so we're going to get game day ready here, guys, and the New York Mets and the Braves are going up against each other in Atlanta for game 1 of the series. So I'm going to give you the lineup really quickly, guys. So the New York Mets lineup today is Brandon Nimmo leading off, playing center field. Francisco Lindor playing shortstop, batting second. Jeff McNeil batting third, playing left field. Pete Alonso cleaning up, playing first base. Daniel Vogelbach DH and batting fifth. Starler Marte batting sixth, playing right field. Brett Beatty batting seventh, playing third base. Eduardo Escobar batting eighth, playing second base. And Omar Narvaez getting his first start since the IL stint, batting ninth and catching. So that is the Mets lineup for tonight. And as soon as it gets going, and I think they're doing something with the grounds crew. I don't know what the hell they're doing. All right, guys. So I think they're putting the tarp on the field for some reason. Yeah, they're putting a tarp on the field. Interesting. Let me hear what's going on. All righty, guys. So they're putting the tarp on the field. I'm assuming there's rain coming. I think, maybe, possibly. We'll see. Crossface, but you know what? I get that, buddy. I get that. But you know what? Philly fans said that this year this time last year as well. The Brave fans even were talking about it last year and in 2021. They every fan said it. Nick, it's not rare. Pay attention to what's been going on. All right. Again, Nick, I'm not saying you're wrong, but a division title doesn't grant you a World Series appearance. This is not 1985. I'm sorry. You got to get that through your head. And all it means now is that the 87 and 89 win team, Padres and Phillies, both were wildcard teams and both had the opportunity of getting to a World Series. All right. The Miami Marlins won both of their World Series by a wild card. They never won a division and got to a World Series. All right. It does not mean that you're guaranteed a World Series appearance. All right. Between the Braves, Mets, and Dodgers, they had about 317 wins. Right? 15 wins, whatever the hell it was, over 300 wins. And that didn't even get any of them out of past the NLDS. So baseball is not predictable. When you look at it, when it's predictable, as a predictable sport, you're fooling yourself. I'm sorry. The A's took 2 out of 3 against the Braves. Does that mean that the Braves are a bad team? No. Is the season over when they lost 2 out of 3? No. All right. So there is a rain. Well, technically the sun is out, but I'm assuming there's rain in the forecast. They just put the tarp back onto the field. So let me just check my weather forecast. Let's see what we got here. Just want to check what it says. I think I got Atlanta somewhere in here. No, I don't. All right. Let's check. All right. Let's see what Atlanta is looking like. What do we got? Atlanta. There we go. Okay. So it's looking like there's like a quick chance of rain at the 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock hour. That's the way it's looking. And it's like 70% chance, and then after that it drops to 30%. So I don't know what they're doing with this game. It's going to be very interesting. Yeah, well, Mothman, again, the Braves looked mediocre at this point too last year. The Phillies looked like the worst team in baseball last year. So, and we look at it in a lot of different ways, right? Let me just change something really quickly so it looks a little bit more pleasing. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. All right. So once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, they put the tarp on the field. So, of course, they want me to not enjoy this stream and, wait a little bit longer when I have work tonight. So, oops. Oh, well. But, it's not about me. It's about the Mets and all of us. So it looks like it's going to be a late night for a lot of us. World Series is a pipe dream. That's like saying the A's will make the wild card. No, that's a stupid. Again, Nick, Mets fan, listen. It's a lot of stupid comments. I'm sorry. The World Series is not a pipe dream for anybody who has a shot to make the playoffs. If you make the playoffs, you have a good enough shot as the best team in baseball making the playoffs, because we already know. Again, Mets fan, maybe you didn't watch the playoffs last year. Maybe you just didn't care after the Mets lost. And that's on you. That's nobody else. I'm sorry. It's just the way baseball is now. Now, if there was one wild card team, I would say you probably are right. But there's 3 playoff teams, and the number 2 team, wild card team, and number 3 wild card team that actually basically scratched their way into the playoffs, barely making it, made the NLCS last year. Yeah, Joe, exactly. Yeah, it's actually really crazy right now because close your windows. It's very smoky for some reason in the tri-state. It's very odd, actually. Yeah, exactly. There's fires. If you look at it outside, it's like orange outside. It's because it's all that smoke's blocking the sun. Mets fan, that's probably the best choice. I'm not even gonna lie to you. You know what I'm saying? Listen. This is not a positive Mets take here. It's just common sense. Like, it's just common sense. If you watch baseball over the last 5 years, you know the best teams don't always win. All right, this is not hockey, where the Florida Panthers and the Golden Knights are in the Stanley Cup Finals. I guarantee you nobody chose that at the beginning of the year. Funny, Steven. Like that's just the way it is, guys. And for all the people that saying the season is over, even if the Mets get swept here, it's going to look really bad. And there might be some heads turned and some fire-ins. Doesn't mean the season is over. Because if you're scared of the Pirates and the Marlins that have the number 2 and number 3 spot in the wild card, then you're crazy. Yeah, Mets fan, but you know what? Last year wasn't the same show, right? I guarantee you this time last year when it was 9 games, I guarantee you would toot in your horn and be like, oh, look at the Mets. We were fighting with the Brave fans last year. Yeah, Joe, I don't feel bad for DeGrom. I don't. I'm sorry. He got his money now. He knew just as much as the Mets knew about his shit arm. That is a beautiful arm when he's healthy. But his arm is in shambles. You know, the last 2 years, it was his neck, it was his shoulder, it was his forearm, it was inflammation in his elbow, all this crap. Well, the Mets aren't struggling on the field. That's wrong. Yeah, you should love DeGrom if you're a Mets fan. You might be a little bitter that he basically didn't want to be here. And I still believe that. I think if he wanted to be here, the Mets would have figured out a contract. But I don't think the Mets trust. Look, the Mets should name their X-ray machine and MRI machine off for Jacob DeGrom. It should be the Jacob DeGrom X-ray and MRI machine because he was always in the tube getting those tests done. Every little, little twitch or little bit of pain he felt, he was always in the MRI machine or the X-ray machine. So it comes down to the fact that everybody who bitched about JV and the 40-year-old that the Mets got, not caring that he won the Cy Young last year, not saying that he's going to be Cy Young this year, but there was a less of a risk with Justin Verlander for 2 years. Forget about the money because it's not like Jacob DeGrom's getting paid $10 million. He's getting paid a ton of money for a guy who pitched 30 starts in the last 2 years. All right, so it was a lower risk with a higher reward signing Justin Verlander to a 2-year deal than Jacob DeGrom's 5-year deal with no opt-outs and no protection for a team at all. There's a lot more risk signing Jacob DeGrom over Justin Verlander. Now, if you were to give Justin Verlander a 5-year deal, we have a problem. But it's a 2-year low-risk type of deal. The money is irrelevant. When people bring up money, I laugh at them. Because if you worry about money now, when I didn't hear people complaining about money when the Wilpons on the team. Well, Nick, it's not even that the Justin Verlander can be dog shit for 2 years. But he'll be on the mound for 2 years. Because the entire Justin Verlander career, minus the Tommy John surgery, he's been a very durable pitcher. Even at the later years of his career, the 37-year-old, 38-year-old, the 36, 37-year-old had Tommy John at 38 and then came back at 39 winning a Cy Young because he didn't have those shoulder issues, those forearm issues, those neck issues like Jacob DeGrom has. That's when people in the comments says, when people were talking to me in my group chat that, oh, Jacob DeGrom's going to come back next year and be the best pitcher in baseball. Possibly, but there is no guarantee that he's not going to feel something else other than his elbow. Because if you know anything about Jacob DeGrom, he is not going out on the mound unless he feels 100%. If he feels 99%, he's not pitching. I mean, we all know that. And we've seen it with a lot of Tommy Johns. Like, there's no guarantee that after you have the Tommy John, you go through your rehab, that it's going to take, 12 to 13 months and he's going to be back on the mound in July. There's no guarantee of that. A lot of the times it takes a year and a half to at least feel right. And that's going to be a 36-year-old pitcher at the time. And it sucks because, listen, Jacob DeGrom is a Met no matter what anybody wants to say. He's always going to be a Met. When he retires, he's had the best career pitching wise with the 2 Cy Youngs and the dominant seasons, other than freaking Tom Seaver. And even Tom Seaver didn't have a Cy Young with the Mets. So there's a pretty good chance that he's going to get his number retired as a Met at some point in like 10 years. Pretty good chance of that. Because he was the most dominant pitcher in baseball. And when he pitches, he's dominant. There's nobody on the mound I would want on the mound than a healthy Jacob deGrom. Crossface, but you know what? No team that's playing well right now looks like they're gelling, right? Did the Phillies look like they were gelling in August last year? But they looked like they were gelling in September and into October, right? Very simple. Well, muted. Sandy Alderson said it. And there was a lot of talk that Jacob deGrom needed Tommy John surgery. He didn't want to go through it. And why would he? He'd rather pitch 15 games in the last 2 years and work on getting that big contract. Now that he got the big contract, oh, yeah, sure, I'll have Tommy John. Why not? I got my money. You don't think that was his thought process? Yeah, just like deGrom. And I'm sorry, as much as we might love deGrom, he was a very selfish player. When he was on the mound, he was the most competitive player and all for his team and win. But anytime there was a situation where it was about him, he put him first over the team. Let's be honest about that. Let's not act like he did not probably need Tommy John over the last 2 years. He probably did. And I think the Mets knew that. And for all the shit that we've been giving the front office and Steve Cohen lately, they got that one right. Because they seen the images, and there's probably a lot of time. And that's why I think there was a little bit of talk and a lot of discussion about why Jacob deGrom and Steve Cohen weren't never really on the best terms, according to all reports. And deGrom wasn't very happy with the front office. Well, now you probably know the reason why. Because Jacob deGrom probably up to taking the top off the field again. Interesting. Wait, are they putting it on or are they not? Come on, Atlanta. Get it together. This ain't football. Let's go. I don't know. They look like they have the tarp ready to go. It's like hit or miss. Are they waiting for it to rain or are they not waiting for Jesus Christ? Yeah, and you know what, Muckman? Correa too. Sorry. It's both of them. I'm not going to stay here and say I didn't want Correa. I thought it would have been a great move, for what we needed at the time. But you know what? He's another one where the Mets looked at them. And you know what? People killed the Mets. Oh, this is an embarrassment. Oh, you went through all this process through the holidays, basically a month of bullshit. And then the Mets were like, nah, we're not doing it. So 2 times now when people destroyed the Mets for signing a 40-year-old over Jacob deGrom and not signing Correa and say it was an embarrassment, you know what? Mets fans got egg on their face because the front office looks they're on top on this one. They were right. No matter what happens with Justin Verlander, the fact of the matter is there's less of a risk of a 2-year deal with Justin Verlander than it was a 5-year deal with no protection, with opt-outs, team options, or player options in that 5-year deal. And on top of that, the Texas Rangers didn't take out insurance on that contract. And the Mets, when they signed Jacob deGrom, when Brody was here, did have a very big insurance policy on that contract. Well, Lewis, I wouldn't say he didn't care about his body because he's not a fat guy. He's a lean guy. It just comes to show you that guys that throw 101, and when he started to be a dominant pitcher, he was throwing, 100 or more on almost every fastball throughout the game. The body can't handle that. I don't care what anybody says. Anybody like the Spencer Striders of the world, anybody who has that type of arm and can throw 100, 101, 102 miles an hour and throw a 90 miles an hour slider, that arm's going to fall apart pretty quickly in about a 5 or 6 year span. Your arm can't do that forever. your body's going to break down. That arm's going to break down. And again, I don't wish no ill will or injury to anybody. If you know me from day one of this channel, I will never want to see an injury for anybody. We saw Mike Soroka tear his Achilles coming off the mound against the Mets. That was an awful sighting. I don't want to see that. Not saying that it wouldn't help the Mets, but it's ridiculous. Anybody who roots for an injury for an opposing team, you're a complete asshole. Sorry. Just even if it does benefit your team, you never want to see that. Injured. Yes, they make millions of dollars, but they're also out there every day as well. So I never want to root for it. I never root for an injury, but it's just a fact. When you throw that type of power arm, and you're throwing sliders at 90, 91, 92 miles an hour, and a lot of pitchers do, there's a pretty good chance that they're going to break down in 5 to 6 years. It's not sustainable. And as soon as DeGrom started to look great is when he finally figured out his mechanics when it came to pitching, and his mechanics led him to throw in harder. But even the beautiful mechanics of Jacob DeGrom still couldn't prevent the injuries of his shoulder, neck, and arm and elbow. Unfortunately, the arm can't handle all that. Your arm is not made to throw overhand. All the doctors say it. Scientifically, your arm is not supposed to do that. And as violent as your arm is when you throw a ball like that, your body's not made for that type of throwing. It's not. A more fluid motion is underarm. Throwing overarm is just all that contortion of your shoulder and your elbow and the twisting of the curveball and the slider, and even throwing change-ups and all that crazy stuff hurts the arm. And it's not sustainable when you throw that hard. And unfortunately for DeGrom and many other pitchers, when they get through their 4th, 5th, 6th year, that's when you're going to have arm problems. Again, some more than others are going to have different type of arm problems, but they're going to have arm problems. It's just that simple. So why hasn't the game started? And why is Rob blabbering his mouth for an hour, almost 40 minutes now? They had the tarp on the field, or about to put the tarp on the field. There is a little bit of rain in the forecast. There's about a 70% chance of rain until 8 o'clock. And then it drops down to like 30, 20%. But Atlanta is very similar to a lot of states down south, especially like, Atlanta and Florida, where at any moment it can downpour for like 20 minutes and then it'll stop. So we'll see if that's the case. The last view they showed of the field, they didn't even have the tarp on the whole field. They had it ready to go with the grounds crew out, ready to put the tarp on the field. So right now, I don't know what's going on. There really hasn't been much of an update except that picture, but I will let me just check something, guys. So, guys, if you realize, if you're in the tri-state area and about the wildfires in Canada, the smoke all around the tri-state area is clearly apparent. Like if you go outside right now, it looks orange. The sky looks orange. And if you look at the sun when it was still up, it was orange because of the smoke. So unfortunately, hopefully it doesn't trickle down to houses, because that's when it really gets scary. But yeah, it's insane. Sorry, guys. I'm going to see some. I'm just texting somebody. I want to see, because I have a friend in Georgia that is at the game right now. So I'm trying to get an update on the situation. Give me a second, guys. So he's telling me right now that they're still having the tarp in the outfield with the grounds crew out there. I'm assuming they're waiting for a drop of rain to drop. So at the moment, the tarp is not technically on the field. Hold on 1 second. Let's see. So the Atlanta Braves put out also that the start of the game will be delayed, obviously. We will pass along any updates as we have them. So there you go. So my friend just said he's at the game right now that the grounds crew still has the tarp out in the outfield ready to go just in case the drop of rain comes up. So we'll see. I guess we have to wait, right, guys? That's the whole idea. All right. So, well, you got some more of me. So once again, guys, the Braves are in a rain delay right now, or a possible rain delay since the tarp is not completely on the field. And guys, we can talk about our Mets. We can talk about anything at this moment. Have some questions and all that fun stuff until the game starts, which hopefully is in the next. Because they did the dirt in the ground and everything like that. And hopefully if the rain passes and it doesn't rain there, they can get the game started rather quickly. Let's see. Yeah, man, it's like the sun is setting right now. Let me just listen up to what Gary Apple says.
They are expecting down in Atlanta. It's going to be Carlos Carrasco on the mound for the Mets, and it's going to be Bryce Elder for the Braves. So what we're seeing right there is a field, but what we don't see is...
So yeah, they still got the tarp on the outfield, waiting for some anticipated rain. I'm assuming if they get past the stretch where they believe the rain is going to start, then I think they might play if at some point when it comes to the Mets playing today. See. Let me check the hourly. Sorry, guys. Yeah, see, there's like a 59% chance of rain at 8 o'clock, and then it drops down to 24%. So I think if they believe that this rain might pass or might be a quick wash for about a half hour or so, 45 minutes, then we might get this game started at like 8:30, 9 o'clock. So we'll have some time here for sure. But I'll definitely keep you guys posted. Maybe I'll make you listen to, I don't know, maybe another game or something like that for a little bit. I'm assuming the Yankees are playing, so I guess we'll watch that nonsense for a little bit. And if you look at Yankee Stadium right now, watching the Yankee game, it's a lot of smoke, a lot of fog, and the White Sox are winning 1-0. So we'll just, wait until the Mets game starts, and then we'll have our fun with the game. All righty, guys. Let me just put that up there for everybody to see. Give me a second. All right, guys. So I'm just going to put that up there so when people come in, that people have an idea of what the heck's going on and why the game hasn't started yet. So once again, guys, thank you for tuning in to another long pregame show based on, the Mets have had a very unlucky season so far when it comes to rain. A lot of rainouts, a lot of delays, and it's been a problem this year for the Mets. So I'm watching the Yankee game right now because the baseball game, the Mets aren't on right now, and I don't feel like going into my MLB app right now. So the Chicago White Sox are beating the Yankees 1-0. And as I just said, because if you're in the tri-state area and you see a lot of smoke, it's because of the wildfires in Canada and the wind blowing it down towards the States. So unfortunately, we got a lot of smoke around here and a lot of orange skies because of it. It's a little crazy right now in the tri-states. I'm just want to look at what's going on here because I'm just checking out the stream on my phone for a second. Just want to see because it looks like, let's see. Alrighty, guys. Just looking if trying to look at, let's see. For some reason, the comments aren't working. Let's see. Trying to think why. Honestly. All right, guys, just give me a second because I know you guys can hear me, but for some reason, I can't see your comments. I can see them when I turn on the YouTube app, but when I'm using my digital stream service, it's not working. But I can see it here, so I'm sorry about that, guys. I couldn't. Yeah, A Money, I don't understand that either, buddy. I'm sorry, guys. I couldn't see the comments on my streaming platform. I can only see it on my phone. So sorry with the delay with that. So I think they're catching up to that. I think, but hopefully it works soon, because that would be unfortunate. Just give me a second, guys, because the comment things are unfortunate. I like to see it on my laptop instead of my phone. But what are you gonna do? All right, guys. So yeah, A Money. Guys, I'm sorry about the delay in comments. My streaming, the chat is not working here on my streaming service, so I'm just looking at the my phone right now through the YouTube app, so I can see your comments. Orange is a sign the Mets will win. Let's hope so. He did, Todd. Yeah, A Money, I agree. I don't know why they don't just start the game. And you could have probably got 2 or 3 innings in before the rain started. But I think the problem is that you don't want to pitch your starters and then you have a 2-hour rain delay and then you lose both of your starters. And then the first game of the series, you got to use your entire bullpen for both teams. So I think that's the reason why they're doing that. And I think they're just protecting the starters here. Birds are dying. They've been falling from the sky. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's a little oddly. It's crazy right now. It's supposed to be. It's almost dark out by me, but it's like orange. I wish I could show you guys, but I don't think anybody wants to see that. Rain trying to fall out of my head. Sorry, guys. I'm just Carlos. How you doing? Christina, how you doing? Once again, guys, I'm not getting the comments on my streaming platform. So I'm just looking at my phone, and it's kind of annoying on the phone. So I apologize for that. I'm just looking at it. CP, yeah. I don't know if this game's going to get postponed because I'm looking at the weather, and at 8 o'clock, it's like 55% chance of rain, and then it drops down to 25, 29% chance of rain. And again, Georgia's very similar to Florida in the case where, the rain can sporadically show up or it can just not show up at all. Like earlier today, I was playing handball with my coworkers at the park, and the clouds came, a couple of thunders happened, and then it didn't rain. And then when I got home at around 3, 4 o'clock, I heard thunder, but it didn't rain. So, it's weird. Crossface, I couldn't agree more with you. Yeah, Todd, I mean, that is the case. Well, Hove, I'm in the same corner. I wish I was there too. So once again, guys, I apologize for me looking at my phone. The streaming platform kind of went haywire, and I can't see your comments, which sucks. But what are you gonna do, right? Just gotta go with the flow here because I've seen 77 viewers on the screen here, and it's been jumping to 85, 69, 85 back and forth on the channel. So I'm glad you guys can see your own comments because I have a problem seeing yours. And I was wondering why, because I didn't see no comments for a second, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? And again, I'm not sure if this, because if the weather is crap right now, and I don't know how much the smoke can affect the service here. But I will, hopefully the internet actually works for the most part. Again, I do work tonight, so hopefully, worst case scenario, if the game starts kind of late and I have to go to work, I'll keep the stream on and I'll just, do the features on the phone so you guys can stay up here and enjoy the stream and the audio. Because I know a lot of people don't get SNY, don't get the Mets audio, get the Mets TV broadcast, and don't want to listen to the road team broadcast, and that's why they come here sometimes. That's what I've been told. So once again, they still don't have the tarp on the field. They have it in the outfield. They could have played for the last half hour and probably for the first 45 minutes of the game. They could have got 2 or 3 innings in easily. Because it keeps on the weather just keeps on changing. Like 100% keeps on changing. It's so stupid. I don't get it. I don't get it. Really don't get it, guys. Let's go. Let's see what it says again. I'm going to update the weather app and just see what it says. Yeah, it's like 57%. Thunderstorm is likely to end at 8:30 p.m., but it's not raining right now. So clearly, it didn't rain. So I don't know what they're waiting for. They could have played at least an hour. But what are we going to do, right? This is just, baseball is just stupid. All right, guys. So let me just keep on continuing to look at your comments. Again, guys, the Mets are in a, let me put it in quotations, rain delay when it's not raining, and they were expecting rain for the last 40 minutes. And the tarp still is not on the field. So, yeah. All right, guys. Smoke delay. Yeah, well, the Yankee game is very foggy. Like it's you can just tell. So, unfortunately for the tri-state area, we're catching the effects of the wildfires in Canada. Unfortunately, so it would be nice if this damn comments would pop up. So annoying. I'm just trying to do everything right now so the streaming service can pop up. Because all I see is the comment that I wrote, and I can't see anything else that you guys wrote. That's so annoying. Grr. Sorry, guys. So right now I'm just watching the Yankee game. I don't know if you guys want me to put up game day for the Yankees right now and just listen to the Yankee game until further notice. So you have an idea. Just let me know in the comments. I'll put up that game for a little while so you got something going on. Listening to audio. I don't know. Let me see who's playing right now. Let me see who is playing. So maybe I'll put a game that matters to us. Sorry, guys. All right, so we'll just watch the Yankee game. I'll watch the Yankee game right now since ain't nothing. Yeah. All right, guys. So I'm gonna put the Yankees and White Sox game audio on, and I'll put game day up as well. So we can just, what can we do, right? At least it's baseball, right? At the very least. It's dirty Bronx baseball, but it's better than nothing. So let me just change game day to the other game, and we'll be ready to go. Just give me a second, guys. All right. Boom, boom, boom. All right, guys. So I'm going to change it over to the Yankee game. All righty, there we go. Perfect. Alrighty, guys. So there we go. Gonna put game day up here. Yankees and White Sox. So we get some baseball at the very least. Alrighty. There we go. All right, guys. So we're gonna listen to the White Sox and Yankees until the Met game starts. And I'm gonna leave that post up there, Mets versus Braves. So when people come in, they know what's going on. So the Mets and Braves are in a rain delay, and we're going to listen to the White Sox and Yankees. They're in a commercial right now. The inning ends. So once it goes back, I'll put on the audio on there, and then I'll pop up every now and then, guys. Do what I got to do until the Met game starts. So don't worry. Be patient. Enjoy what we can right now until the Mets start, and we'll be good to go. All right, guys. Alrighty, guys. So once the game goes back, I will put my screen on. Just like that, and you'll have that going on. And then when the Met game comes on, I'll pop back on just like that. So enjoy at least some baseball for the time being. Kindness corner. I would love to. All right, guys. So waiting for the commercial to end, and then we'll listen to Yankees White Sox. As you can see, the White Sox have a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the fourth coming up. Correct, Christian. He has been good the last couple of starts. All right, Dominic, I get it. I understand. I'm just trying to entertain people at the very least. And the Yankees are losing, so that's always fun for us. So I will put the Yankees and White Sox on the audio, and I'll be right back, guys.
This is high to Russo as we start the bottom of the fourth. That's a strike to Rizzo. Rizzo walked in the first. Yankees only 2 base runners. Rizzo walked, Donaldson walked. That was in 2000 in the first, but Volpe struck out to end that threat. Those are the only 2 base runners. 1-0 White Sox. Popped up and out of play. 2-2. 2-2. Now, Zavala has become Giolito's personal catcher. He said they go over stuff prior to the game. He thinks like I do. We share notes, constantly talking about the lineup we're facing. Throughout the years, pitchers have had personal catchers, guys are comfortable with. 3-2. Strike 3. Rizzo down looking, and he knew it.
Yeah, this is what Giolito will do to a hitter. You kind of get in a guessing game of what he's trying to do, and it just kind of locks you up with a fastball away. It's a 4-seam grip. Ball stays on plane right on the outside corner.
Here's Donaldson. 1-0. And Donaldson. So Giolito up and down season. He's allowed 3 runs or fewer in 8 of his 12 starts. But obviously the other 4 he's given up a lot. So his ERA coming into today was over 4. 2-1.
See Josh Donaldson, very level swing to the hitting area where he is able.
Once again, guys, we are watching and listening to White Sox Yankees until the Met game starts. It is currently in a rain delay, and we're waiting for an update to see when the game is going to start for our New York Mets. So at the moment, some baseball is better than no baseball. So enjoy a little bit of the Yankees losing until the Met game starts.
Giolito said he likes to pitch with a controlled anger. He finds anything to tick himself off. Maybe finding things that batters are doing and letting it fuel him. But he's angry out there. It's amazing the stories you hear about athletes that sometimes they'll make stuff up there. You know, the last dance, Michael Jordan admitted that he made stuff up.
Yeah, I mean, you always want to, in competition, you want to just like your opponent to the point where it's very important you beat them. And, when you're hitting, basically you're competing one-on-one against a pitcher. Hit the ball hard.
Donaldson down looking. Not in love with that. He's dropping the eight. This is 3 outs. That's the second out. Now he picks up the bat.
You do this as an outfielder, and you kind of laugh about it as a hitter. You think, I got called out on a borderline pitch. I was 3 outs. Then you got to put your helmet back on and walk to the dugout.
Some umpires will throw you out.
Yeah.
Because he can't throw. He didn't throw it. He just placed it down. Well, he placed it down with 2 outs, not 3.
I was always so close with them. They never.
They like you. 0-2 on Volpe. Yeah, Volpe has 13 stolen bases and 13 tries. It's one of the strengths of his game. He has not had a stolen base since May 13th against Tampa. He just has not gotten on enough. 1-2. Two and 2. Giolito was struck out 4 of the last 5 Yankees. Just Gleyber Torres put the ball in play, fly ball right. The 2-2. Just missed.
He looks angry now, Mike. Well, get the call.
Controlling.
Change up. This ball's off the plate away. I tell you, would have had an angry Volpe if the ball was called.
$22. And a walk to Volpe. All likely that he'll be going now.
And another borderline pitch. And, when the ball is not caught behind the plate by Zavala, just as you're not going to get the call.
You read his lips, he said that was right there. Won't be dancing up first, and there he goes. Pitches high, throw to second. Not in time. 14 for 14.
I'm sure that's a relief for Anthony Volpe to get the running game going back. And look at that first stolen base, Michael. You talked about it since May 13th. We got kind of a running start. Good pitch to throw on, but just no chance.
That was called the strike. Volpe beats the throw by plenty, so now he's in scoring position. 0-1 count on Willie Calhoun. Grounded up the middle, Tim Anderson right there. And he gets Calhoun for the final out. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 man left. We go to the 5th. It's 1-0 Sox.
Dear Sharp Curves, Toyota has more all-wheel drive sedans than any other brand. We got traction, baby.
Right now, get 3.99% APR for 48 months on a new 2023 Camry. Toyota. Let's go places.
It's so amazing. I've been treating myself today. Sipping champagne and toasting. I've been treating myself. And it's so amazing. Sipping champagne and toasting. It's so amazing.
There's good.
All right, guys, so they're at commercial once again, and once again, I'm having problems on my streaming when it comes to seeing the chat, so I'm on my phone on YouTube checking the chat right now because I can't see anything. Yep. Yeah, there you go, Christian. It's so stupid. Like they could have been playing for an hour already, and probably got what 3 or 4 innings in already. And I think they should have took the risk and just started playing. But it's a situation that it's been a huge problem with Major League Baseball, and not one particular person has control over this. It's partially MLB, it's partially the Braves, who have say in both of these matters. In this matter with starting the game or not, it's partially MLB and it's partially the Braves. So again, if you're in the tri-state area and you're seeing a ton of smoke and it smells like fire everywhere, that's because the wildfires in Canada has blown all the way to the States, and it's trickling down all over most of the north of the United States. And I know the tri-state area is really getting it. I mean, before the sun was setting, it just turned into a big orange cloud. It's crazy. So unfortunately, we have to listen to the Yankee game at the moment, and the Yankees are losing 1-0 in the top of the fifth. So listen up, guys.
Games are now including this one as well. And you got Ports, which is part of pitching here at this ballpark. The Yankees do it to other teams, but for the most part, Clark Schmidt has been much better of late than he was at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, coming in, I mean, with the scouting report, he's had 3 consecutive really good starts. At his last start in Seattle, obviously his best with no earned runs. But again, I think he's still searching for what pitch works that night. It was close pitch right there, didn't quite get back to the inside corner. I think most pitchers, Mike, will go out with a plan, and if you don't have a pitch, then you search for another one. I think he's kind of searching going into the game. I mean, how am I going to go about it? Am I going to have that good cutter tonight? That's been the pitch to me that's been a little inconsistent early in the year, and then lately it's been good.
Around that backhanded by Donaldson. From hours. Beautiful play by Josh Donaldson.
When you break this play down, this ball can be caught. It was kind of a jam shot, but the athleticism on the throw is what really comes into play. No look, even across the diamond, right on the money. Good job by Josh Donaldson.
And there's a strike to Sheets. That's Clark Schmidt's reaction. That's Boone's reaction.
It's kind of our reaction up here, too, Michael. That's a pretty good play.
0-2 from Sheets. Sheets wrapped into a 3-6-3 double play in the second. Hitless in his last 12 at-bats.
He kind of burst on the scene in 2021. He hit 11 home runs in his first 54 games. Kind of like, remember Shane Spence showed up and started raking. I mean, he was the son of Larry Sheets. You remember him from the Baltimore Orioles. So he grew up with baseball.
Nice play by Clark Schmidt. Probably ticketed to center field. Took a base hit away from Sheets.
Yeah, come back on that. That sound like it was hit hard. Just got to stab at it and it goes in your glove. Ends up being an easy out.
Schmidt economical about to throw a 60th pitch, 2 outs here in the fifth. Want to know?
He's much more confident, though, Michael. I mean, his rhythm's good. He is mixing in this cutter. He's using this, what they call a sweeper now, breaking ball to me. But, his fastball's been good to both sides of the plate. He just looks like he is on a roll. I've talked about it many times. The pitchers get hot, just like hitters. In these last 3 starts, and so far tonight, Clark Schmidt has found a groove.
Looked in the left field, and that ball is going to dunk in. in front of Powers for a 2-out single.
When you need to get the job done, leave it to the pros. Angie has the lineup you need to win big at home. Connect with skilled professionals to get all of your home projects done well.
1 on 2 outs, and here's Zavala, who has the 320-foot home run. Fourth shortest home run at Yankee Stadium since StatCast began in 2015. And that covers 1,814 home runs.
That's a lot of homers.
Here's a shot.
When we go over the same numbers, every time somebody's pitching well, Michael, I mean, it's 13 out of 18 first pitch strikes, and it just shows how important it is, you know, if you're a veteran pitcher, a young pitcher, anybody, to pitch ahead of the count. It immediately gets the hitter in trouble.
Driven deep to left field.
Oh, and that is gone. 3-0 White Sox.
A 2-run shot. It's 3-0 White Sox. That wasn't 320 feet.
I was just going to say he porched his first one when he did this. I mean, this is on the back porch right here, 435 feet. Another hanger looks like it. It just went a long way. Yeah, just a kind of a spinner, no doubt about it, right off the bat.
Caught the bleachers by a Cub fan. I don't think a Cub fan would throw back a White Sox home run.
I didn't know the Cubs fans traveled to watch the White Sox. I don't know. I'm a little confused here, Michael. I think it was a giveaway day outside or something.
One and two on Tim Anderson, who's run out to Volpe twice. An exalted Cubs fan. It's a Rizzo jersey.
That pulls it all together. Now it makes sense.
Now it does. Foul away. Still 2-2. So 2 quick outs here in the fifth, and then the blue single in front of Bowers. And then the long home run by Zavala. Grounded to third, Donaldson. And that'll do it. Here in the fifth. 2-run home run. Gives the White Sox a 3-0 lead. We're halfway through.
All right, guys. So put my thing on. There we go. So 9 p.m. is start time for the Mets and Braves, which sucks for all of us because this game should have started and they should have played through it, and it didn't even basically rain. So that sucks. But we got to deal with what we got to deal with, and the game's going to start later, almost 2 hours later than expected, and that sucks for all of us on the East Coast, unfortunately. Yeah, so hopefully, and again, once again, guys, if I don't get to your comments, I apologize. My streaming service that I use for live streams is not working with the comments right now, so I can't see your comments unless I'm looking through my phone through actually the YouTube app. So I'm watching the stream just like all of you on my phone, so I can see the comments that are popping up on the YouTube stream, not on my streaming service. Unfortunately, it's just not working right now, but that's all right. At least I can see your comments for the most part. So we are listening to the White Sox and Yankees, bottom of the fifth, 3-0 White Sox, until the Met game starts in hopefully about 40 minutes. So listen up, guys.
Hall of Famer Bob Lemon managed both teams. Lemon took over a last-place White Sox team in 1977, led them to 90 wins. Then he had a slow start the next year. He was fired in June of 78. Then the Yankees fired Billy Martin. And Lemon came in and took over, had that great comeback, 14 games down to the Red Sox. The Yankees under Bob Lemon with 48-20.
Let me get you to the playoffs.
Got him to the, but just barely.
Right.
They had a playoff 163rd game. The famous playoff game in February 4th. Funky did it.
Yeah, I think there's a Funky Dan bobblehead coming out this year, but we're not advertised yet.
Billy was very fiery. Lemon was laid back, and that maybe was what they needed after Billy's tenure. So George Steinbrenner pushed the right button, bringing in Lemon. Almost in the down on strikes for him.
Get a little breaking ball off the plate. IKF kind of waving at it, can't reach it.
Giolito was pitching a no-hitter through 4 1/3 innings. Here's Trevino. And that's a strike.
And Michael, you always talk about, sooner or later you show the numbers on the back of your baseball card. Well, Giolito's showing something different tonight because the Yankees have owned him in their career. And tonight, it's kind of a reversal.
August 25th of 2020, Giolito pitched a no-hitter against the Pirates in Chicago. Struck out 13. The only base runner was Eric Gonzalez, who walked in the 4th inning. Yankees have had 3 base runners, 3 walks, and no hits yet. Two to Trevino. 3-2. There's the payoff. How about on the left side? Tim Anderson makes a play. 2-1.
Even though you make contact, this ball clearly outside of the strike zone, way up in the strike zone. Not much you can do with it as a hitter. Giolito does not go hard enough to get it by you up in the strike zone, so he'll leave the strike zone and get you fishing for it.
1-0 Bowers. Bowers struck out in the third. Two and one on Bowers.
Those are the pitches that, even as a hitter, you'll watch your bats on video and think, how could I take that pitch? I mean, right down the middle, bell high. It's just your mind's a little cluttered with all the pitches you've seen before.
3 and 1 on Bowers. And strike 3-2. Bowers calls talent. Fly ball upfield. Benintendi will put it away. The Yankees go down to order.
All right, guys. So the Yankees are in a commercial. White Sox lead 3-0. So once again, guys, sorry, guys. According to the reports and on Twitter, the game should be starting around 9 o'clock. So, unfortunately, us on the West Coast have to suffer 2 hours until the game is played, which is stupid because I don't even believe it ever rained. I texted my friend and he said, not much at all. So, thank you, Christian. I apologize. Yeah, sorry, guys. I didn't know the microphone picked it up that loudly. I was I apologize, guys. Thinking that the game would be basically probably in the fifth inning or something like that right now, maybe even the fourth or fifth, maybe even sixth. So, unfortunately for us, we got the Yankees and the White Sox, but the Yankees are losing, so that's always fun to listen to.
Two one to Benintendi.
So, listen up, guys, to the Yankees and White Sox until the next.
He gets plucked. He'll take first on the hit by pitch.
Kind of an overthrown changeup. You kind of tug it and it just goes with it. You see the spin of that. That's a changeup. It goes to spin away. Spins right to the back pocket.
Then Trevino will go out and try to settle down strict.
Again, this is an important inning for Schmidt. The Yankees struggling offensively. All of a sudden, the White Sox with a couple big home runs now leading 3-0. Schmidt's got to really, really hold them down now with the leadoff hit by pitch. Robert Jr. coming up, that's 2 for 2. So this is an important batter right here for Clark Schmidt.
Some stirring in the Yankee bullpen. No one throwing just yet. Robert takes the strike. We're in the 6th inning. It's 3-0 Chicago. Fly ball. Right center. IKF goes a long way. He makes the play. One down. Let's go around the majors, see what's going on. Alec Manoa, how about this option to the Florida Complex League? Look at the season he's having now. We shouldn't give that up because they did that with Ryan Halladay and it worked out. Jacob DeGrom says, if you're a baseball fan, he'll undergo Tommy John surgery, 2nd time in his career. Now, Luis Ariz, Twins traded him to the Marlins. He's hitting .399 through 56 games. Can he hit for him? That's the question.
You'd be asked it, wouldn't you? You'd be right in his locker, Mike.
I know you were tonight for him. Same amount of games in 94 you were hitting for him.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Did your homework.
Tommy Kahle heating up. When you were hitting 411, did you think you could actually hit 400?
I just knew, it was the weirdest feeling. I just knew every time I went to the play, I was going to hit the ball hard somewhere. And they were falling in. It just, until you get the wheels rolling in your head and overthinking, it seemed like an easy game there for a while. And all of a sudden, you start thinking about it, you start answering questions, and you kind of go over 23 and put yourself right back to where you used to be. You feel bad about that, Mike?
No. But just against the Padres.
Yes.
All right, guys. So double play the Yankees got and going to the bottom of the 6th, 3-0 White Sox. Once again, guys, when the game starts, hopefully 9:00 is the target time for the game to supposedly start. If it does, we will catch it here. Of course, again, I do work in a few hours. So if the game gets a little late in the night, I will leave the stream on and do everything I got to do through my phone while I head to work, as I've done a couple of times this year and last year as well. So you'll have full autonomy to enjoy the stream and hang out in the chat once the game starts. And we will continue to bring, because I know there's a lot of people that can't get the SNY broadcast, can't listen to it anywhere sometimes, and they don't want to listen to the road broadcast. And at the very least, I can bring you the SNY broadcast while I'm at work. So I will control it from my phone. Yes, Mets fan, I work late. I am an overnight worker. Always fun. I promise you that. But it's not so bad when you get out at 10 o'clock in the morning and everybody's just starting their day while I get home and finish my day. A couple hours nap, and then I got to do everything I want to do. You know, it sucks waking up sometimes. It sucks when the game is on at even 7 o'clock and the game ends at 10:30. It sucks, but you know what? You got to work. You got to make money, and I love baseball, so I can do both. It's the way I see it. Could be a lot worse, right? If I don't talk to you guys, if I never had a channel, I would be talking to the wall right now and bitching and moaning about the Mets. To the wall. or my girlfriend. So there you go. So once again, guys, 9 p.m. is the start time supposedly for the Mets and Braves in Game 1. The rain really never showed up. I think they were expecting rain between 7:30 and 8:30, and they had the tarp in the outfield just waiting, and it basically never moved. It never came up. So nope, Mets fan, it's even worse than that. I go in between anytime between 10. I start my day usually between 10:30 p.m. or midnight, or sometimes 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. depending on when they need me to start. So that sucks. Michael Soto trade is not happening. The Padres are not trading Soto. The Padres aren't gonna give up on the season when they spent a ton of money this year. So, and the Nationals were never trading Soto to the Mets. I don't care if the Mets had the best offer; they were not trading him to the Mets. They even said it. The GM said it. We're not trading him to the Mets or anybody in the NL East. So, what's gonna happen? Yeah, I know. I don't actually mind the overnight, to be honest with you guys. I've done 9 to 5s. I don't like it. I think it basically takes your entire day. I don't like it. I've had 7 a.m. to 3 a.m. shifts. I mean 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. shifts. Don't like them. Once again, guys, so we got the Yankees and the White Sox on right now. I'll make you listen to that and watch that for a little bit until the Mets game starts. So listen up, guys.
13 to 21st pitch strikes. He has had his share of 3-ball counts, 8 of them. And that's giving the Yankees their base runners 3 walks. Swing and a miss on the slider. Didn't come close, 0-2. One-two on stand. Now, obviously, he's no hitting the Yankees, and whether or not the Yankees had no hit tonight, he's not going to be on the mound for the final out because he's at 92 pitches already. This new era of baseball, you're not going to be allowed to finish a no-hitter unless you like David Cohn have 88 pitches.
You look at his record and his games throughout the year, he has not gone deep into the game many times. So this is a welcome surprise for the White Sox tonight.
And the 3-2. Strike 3. Stanton looking.
3-2, perfect pitch for a pitcher. Breaking ball right on the outside corner at the knees. Stanton kind of leaning forward to see if he can reach it. Could not pull the trigger.
There's a pitch breakdown. 23 in the first, 21 in the fourth. And a strike to Rizzo. Rizzo was walked and struck out. 7 strikeouts for Giolito, 3 walks. 2 outs here in the 6th. One-two. Yankees road trip, they were 4-2. They won 3 straight series and 5 of their last 6. Since May 1st, they're 7-2-1 in their 10 series. So wanting to keep that going on this short homestand. 3 against the White Sox, and 3 against the Red Sox over the weekend. Finally, the Yankees go on a very short road trip to City Field, 2 games against the Mets.
We'll do one up, Mike. All right. I'll meet you there on what, Tuesday night?
Tuesday night, yep. One, two. 2-1-2.
And you'll pick me up, right? Because we hang out together like that.
Let's do it, man.
Yeah, I got a
On
text.
your way.
I got a text that I referred to. We were hanging out like Barney and
Right.
Fred. I was referring to the Flintstone, and then they asked who's driving. I said, well, of course, Michael. He can ride it with use his feet.
All of us have to use our feet.
All right, guys. So on MLB game day, it's popped up on my phone that about to start the game. So we're gonna turn it over to SNY, and the game should be starting soon because on my phone it just said about to start soon. So I'm gonna change it over to the Mets once again for game day, and I'm gonna turn on SNY and see what the hell is going on. If I can find the Mets, that would be nice. Mets. Where the hell is it? Why don't I see the Mets? Oh, here we go. All right, guys. So they're in the warm-up stage here, and the game's going to start very, very soon. So there we go. All righty, guys. So once again, I'm having a hard time seeing your comments. I have to look through. I have to watch YouTube just like you guys. I have to watch my own stream on my phone to see your comments because my streaming service is not right now. Christian, I have no idea. All right, so hold on. Listen.
Going to be Carlos Carrasco on the mound for the Mets tonight, going up against Bryce Elder. Getting ahead of Braves. There's Carrasco.
All right, so it says approximately 9 p.m. So I'm assuming it could be before 9 p.m., could be after 9 p.m. So we're gonna just keep it like this. We're gonna do it. We're gonna go back to the pregame show. The hell with the Yankees. They can go F themselves and worry about themselves. So once again, guys, back to another pregame show until the game starts. They said first pitch will be at approximately 9 p.m. So that means to me it could possibly be earlier than that. But I'm going to keep SNY on. We're going to have a pregame show until the game starts. And once again, guys, I will be going to work in a couple hours. So I will keep the stream on once I have to go. So you guys can listen to the SNY broadcast and talk amongst yourselves while killing myself at work. And I'll control everything from my phone. Pre-game show part 2, right? Yeah, well, Michael, it would be Washington. So that's why Dominic Smith's playing every day. Dominic Smith isn't playing well. And if he was on any good team, he probably wouldn't be starting. So, unfortunately, it is what it is, right? And it's not like no matter who Buck puts in the lineup, nobody was hitting. So, for everybody who's like, oh, I want to see the kids, well, they weren't hitting either. All right? And I think Buck and the lineup basically shows you. Put in Vogel back in, put in Escobar in. Escobar, as a utility guy, has been very good for this team. And I wouldn't be shocked if he has a good game tonight. So, I'm sick and tired of people killing the lineup because it's pointless to talk about because nobody's been hitting. And I don't care who is in the lineup 5 through 9. If 1 through 4 does not hit, this team has no chance to win. And they're showing amazing finishes, and they're showing Jacob deGrom right now pitching in 2019. So very interesting for the Mets. And Scherzer's pitching for the Nationals, which is kind of funny. But it's sad. If you guys listen or watch the interview that they had with Jacob deGrom, he was crying. So, and he clearly cares. It's just, what are you going to do? When your body fails you, your body fails you. You really can't do nothing about it. Yeah, exactly, Mothman. That's why the pandemic year is absolutely garbage. And whatever trophy, MVP, batting title, Cy Young, World Series title means absolutely nothing. It's a fugazi year. And because Dominic Smith had MVP votes, there was talk about him having to possibly being an MVP because of his numbers for 60 games. As we all know, if Lindor played, look, we were at 60 games right now, the season would be over. Look at Lindor's numbers; they're terrible. But that's not a real baseball season. And if Dominic Smith, that's why I laughed when people were like, "Oh, you got to play Dominic Smith every day." Look what he did in 2020. So you're only going to bring up 2020 numbers when it suits your narrative. It's stupid. And the same thing with Dodger fans, and they can kill me all they want. It is one of the most bullshit World Series titles ever. And I don't kill the fans. This is what I'm going to say. I'm not going to kill the fans for wearing the shirts, buying the banners, appreciating the World Series title. But they got to admit it's a bullshit World Series. I'm sorry. It was in a bubble. Most of them had no fans. It was in no home, no road field advantage, no traveling for the most part. And it was at a neutral site. I'm sorry. It was garbage. And yes, if the Mets would have won it, would I be wearing the shirts? Would I be having a banner? Absolutely. But I would also admit that it's a bullshit world championship. It's still a world championship. And, the players had to go through the pandemic with that crap. But it wasn't – the stats don't mean nothing. The titles, the championships, all the awards don't mean nothing. Sorry. Because players that had great years, like Dominic Smith, it did not tell you if you were a good player or a bad player. You just happened to play 60 games, which is basically a third of the season. It's crazy to me. Mothman is Lindor a top 10 shortstop? Well, he has the best numbers as any shortstop in baseball still at this point. If you look at the numbers that matter, and again, I know a lot of people, and again, Hayden's one of my guys, but when I hear OPS, that doesn't care about average. When I hear about on-base percentage, when a guy like Lindor never really had a great on-base percentage in his career. So we're looking at numbers that he never really was big in. He never really had those big numbers in certain stats. Right? Right now he's on average for 30 and 110, I believe, RBIs and 30 home runs. Now, I like average. I'm very big on average. I'd like to see him bat 250, 260. If he bats 250, 260 to end the season with the projections that he has with 30 home runs, 110 RBIs, that's a really good season. With his defensive metrics as well, altogether, he still put up better numbers than almost every shortstop in baseball. And Crossface, I talked about it yesterday about Marte. I already said yesterday on the Mets Monday report with me, Keith, and Chris that Marte is the catalyst of this team. There is no coincidence that Marte was hurt for the month of September and the Mets offense was non-existent. He is the catalyst to this whole lineup because Marte is in no man's land batting 6th or 7th. Obviously, Buck put him down there because he was terrible, and they brought him down in the lineup. But Marte is best suited to bat second for this team. When Marte is going, this lineup will show up. Because Marte was the catalyst last year. Every time he needed a big hit, it seemed like Marte was there to get it. Every time you needed him to get on base, he got on base. It always seemed like he'd done something to help this team. And that's why I think he's the catalyst. And Marte has been picking it up, right? He was batting in his 210s, 213s, 215s, and he got his batting average up all the way to 260 in about 2.5 weeks. So, and that's what I think. So, excuse me. So, in my opinion, Marte's the catalyst to this whole damn lineup, in my opinion. Yes, Lindor and Alonso got to pick it up as well. But 1 through 4 has to get it together. And since McNeil, who everybody loves McNeil, batting in the top of the top 4 in the order, yet McNeil said last year he doesn't like batting at the top of the order in second or third or first. He likes batting sixth. All right, guys, Gary Apple is talking.
NY Studios, we're closing in on game time down in Atlanta. The opening game of this 3-game set between the New York Mets and the Atlanta Braves. Carlos Carrasco is going to be on the mound for the Mets. Francisco Lindor getting the start at shortstop for the Mets tonight. He will be batting.
All right, so the players are working out onto the field, so it looks like it's going to be a 9 o'clock start time for our New York Mets. Well, no, I don't care if Lindor is hitting. Marte is better for the team. Marte is in no man's land in the sixth spot. There's no help for him in the sixth spot. In the 2 spot, even when Lindor wasn't playing well early on in the season last year, Marte was going. Marte needs to be at the top of the lineup. All right? There's no point in putting him in the 6th spot when he's doing well. I know they did it because he was playing bad, so I get that. But he's not a guy that he should be batting 6th or 7th. It's just stupid. Especially when he's getting going. He's the top of the order guy where you can use his speed, you can use his sneaky power, and you can use his contact at the top of the order. It's a big deal because when Marte gets on in front of Lindor is going to see more pitches to hit because the pitcher is going to be worried about Marte stealing bases and trying to go quicker to the plate, and the pitcher can make mistakes. And that gives Lindor a big opportunity to get the pitches that he needs to hit. And that's why I think it will help Lindor as well. Sorry, guys, I'm checking my comments because stupid streaming service. Sorry, I'm very upset about my streaming service right now. They're going to get a nice little email from me. Alrighty, guys. So I think we're about 10 minutes away for the New York Mets and the Atlanta Braves, 2 hours after the game should have started, and it didn't rain at all. So bad job by the Braves and bad job by Major League Baseball not playing the game. Start the game. All right, I'm sick and tired of, we can't do much because of the pitchers. Whatever. Too bad. Get over it. Get over it. Like, just play the freaking game. That's just my opinion. No, Chris Face, I understand that. Your base running threats, but that's all people were clamoring for was Marte to get down in the order. And because he wasn't hitting at all. And he wasn't even getting on base. So his speed was irrelevant at that point. But now he's getting on base. You see how much better he's looking over the last 2 weeks. You got to put him back in the top of the order. This team is so much better with Marte at the top of the order. And when you got Nimmo, Marte, Lindor, and Alonso, that was huge last year for us. And I do think that if Marte gets the job done here and gets in front of Lindor, gets on base in front of Lindor, it gives Lindor better chances of getting the bat on the ball because the pitcher, once again, is going to put a little bit more pressure on him because you think Marte's going to steal. Pitcher's going to try to go quicker to the plate so the catcher has a chance to catch Marte, and that might leave a mistake for Lindor. It's a big deal, guys. It's a big deal. So they're showing the 2019 amazing finishes. The Nationals game, I believe this is the game where Todd Frazier hits the 3-run homer, or maybe not. Maybe that was not. It's when Pete Alonso hit the tying home run in the 8th, and then Rosario hits the ground ball and beats out the base hit to win the game. So once again, guys, the game should be starting in about a few minutes, and we'll finally get this damn series started in Atlanta. So once again, bad job by the Braves and bad job by Major League Baseball for putting this game in a rain delay when it didn't rain. I know there was a little bit of projection forecast, a little rain in the forecast, but it wasn't like it was supposed to be 70% of rain for 3, 4, 5 hours. It was basically 70% chance of rain until 8 o'clock. And then 57% chance of rain at 8 o'clock, and then it went down to 20% after that. So they did a bad job, and it's stupid, actually. So Unfortunately for all of us, we got a late night for all of us to watch our Mets hopefully take game one of the series against the Atlanta Braves. So once again, guys, please hit on that like button if you haven't already. I'll be with you until the end of the game. Most likely, I'll be at work for the last half part of the game because I'll be at work, but I'll leave the stream on for all you guys wanting to continue to listen to the SNY broadcast if you don't have it. So that is important. Committee, I don't think Marte's asking Buck to keep him in the bottom of the order. Marte doesn't like batting there. And it was obvious last year when if you looked at the first couple of games of the season last year, Marte was batting in the order, the spots that he was now. And then probably like game 10, that's when Marte went to the number 2 spot. So Molan, no problem, buddy. I know a lot of people don't get the SY audio, channel and can't listen to the New York broadcast, the Mets broadcast. So I just wanted to make sure you guys can actually get that if that's the case. Yeah, but you know what? NFL and soccer, it's mostly played on the ground. I know there's some throwing involved in football, but baseball, there's too much going on. There's too much, throwing a ball and you're throwing a ball at a batter with the rain, and it's not easy playing baseball in the rain. All right, you can't hit a ground ball and the ball just stops in mud. So, it's not cool. Matthew, it's unfortunate with DeGrom. I don't know if everybody saw DeGrom's interview earlier. He was crying. And, it sucks. He knows he's 34 years old. Second Tommy John in his career. He already had other injuries, neck, shoulder, forearm tightness, all types of other injuries other than the Tommy John injury. So there's no guarantee that this guy's ever going to come back the same because he always has other injuries. And it's unfortunate because I'm pretty sure he's not going to come back next year. Yeah, he technically might be ready in July, but there's no guarantee of that. And he'll be 35 if he does come back next year. I think if the Rangers were smart, they're playing well without him. I wouldn't rush him back because he needs to be 100% to be on the mound. He does not pitch if he's 98%. If he feels anything different, he's not pitching. So once again, guys, they got the game on. We got some partly cloudy skies. They're rolling the tarp. Game should be starting soon. And thank God they're going over the lineups. Thank God. And I'm assuming the game's going to start probably after 9 o'clock. Yippee. Yeah, exactly. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. So because I'm turning to my phone every time, guys, the comment section on my streaming platform is not working. So it's the comment section is not working, so I got to look at my phone, and I'm watching my own stream on my phone because it's not like I like to see my face during this, unfortunately. But that's the only way I can see my contacts. Michael, let's hope not, buddy. Yeah, LRF. But Evaldi's very weird. He'll look good at one point, 1 year, and then, he'll have his moments that he looks bad, but he's been good for the Rangers. But, what are you going to do, right? So, once again, guys, Mets-Braves going to start probably in the next 10, 15 minutes or so. The pitchers walk down to the dugout. Game should be starting soon. Braves are coming on. The lineup cards are given to the umpires right now. So the game will be starting in about 5-10 minutes, which is good to know. And God, it would be nice if the Mets can get a first, put some quicker numbers on the board in the first inning. That would be a nice start to our day after we waited 2 freaking hours for the game. Got the over, Mets by a run. So once again, guys, when the game starts, I'm not going to keep on looking at the comments because it's actually not easy for me to look at it and trying to keep focus on the stream and everything like that. But enjoy the game. The stream will be on even while I'm at work in a few hours, in probably about 2 hours. So later in the game, I won't be with you guys, so you will have the game. So I'm going to turn on game day right now for you guys so you get the visual and, of course, the audio as well. And we'll get this party started. So once again, guys, let's go Mets. Let's start this series on a good freaking note. And as I said last night on the show and tonight, how about the Mets punch the Braves in the face and let them get off the mat for once? Let's not make them breathe. Let's not, and we'll go through the lineup really quick. Nimmo, Lindor, McNeil, Alonso, Vogelback, Marte, Beatty, Escobar, and Navarez getting the start coming off the IL. First time playing in a game since April 5th. Braves are coming out onto the field. Mets, Braves, Elder on the mound for the Braves. Carrasco on the mound for the Mets. Game 1 of a 3-game series in Atlanta is about to start right here on the channel. So hit on that like button, guys. Let's get a Let's Go Mets chant in the chat. And when the game starts, I will put my comments away so I don't have to figure out who said a comment first because it's all in different orders on my. It's crazy, guys. If you see what I'm seeing right now, I have no idea when somebody sent the message at certain points. So, excuse me. So when the game's about to start in a few minutes, in about a minute or two, audio will start when the game starts. So Mets, Braves. Here we go, guys. Let's go Mets. Let's see if the Mets can actually put some numbers on the board, runs on the board in the first inning. That's been their big problem this year. Let's see if they can do it. So here we go, guys. Mets, Braves. Brandon Nimmo is about to walk to the batter's box in just a second. And we got the game to start in a few. Hopefully soon, because they're really making us wait. I tell you that much. Acceptable start for Carrasco. Listen, he's your 5th starter, right? I see it like this. Give me 5 solid innings, 5 innings, 1 or 2 runs. Give me 6 innings, 1 or 2 runs. I'll take that every day of the week from Carrasco. It keeps the Mets in the ball game. So here we go. First pitch, guys. Nimmo coming to the plate. Here we go, guys. Mets, Braves, game 1.
And so the Mets, who arrived here as a 500 team, 30 up and 30 down. Their first game of the year back in Atlanta, where they had such a nightmare last year. The much greater concern right now is the offense in this season. The 177 average on the homestand, 2.5.
Go on, Brandon.
Brandon Nimmo leads off against Bryce Elder, and the well-delayed first pitch of the night is in for a call strike and right away. And that's where Bryce Elder's going to live. Sinkers at about 89 miles an hour. He is not a hard thrower. He concentrates on getting ground balls. And he gets that fastball in for a strike and it's 0-2.
He throws strikes, Gary, 19 walks in 65 and 2/3.
And Nimmo strikes out on 3 pitches. That's been Nimmo's problem this year on 3 pitches.
Slider coming here, 2 sinkers, and then a slider down and in, back foot. So he's painted 3 straight pitches.
He should be rested. Well, he hasn't pitched in a week, and he had an hour and 40-minute rain delay to even further rested. Here's Lindor, whose struggles have been well documented. Just 6 hits in his last 48 at-bats. Lindor down to 213 for the year and remarkably 199 as a left-hand batter. Never thought we'd see that. Well, he's just mired in a deep slump. His worst slump in the orange and blue. Elder bounces one on the changeup, and it's 2-1. Bryce Elder,
Come on, Francisco.
Fifth round pick by the Braves in 2020, made it to the big leagues last year. The Mets faced him once, the only relief appearance of his major league career. They hit him around pretty hard, 3 runs in 2 1/3. But as a starter, he's been impeccable.
All right, so far so good for Lindor. Looking at pitches a little bit better, 3-1.
He's going to run his old trusty sinker up here, Gary.
12-4. So Lindor takes a walk, 1 out walk. McNeil coming up. Once again, guys, I can't see your comments today because of the streaming platform. It's just not good. So I will not see your comments, so you can talk amongst yourself. Come on, Jeff.
17 average with a 1245 OPS playing in Atlanta last year. And he swings to the first pitch and fouls it off on the sinker, 0-1. You can't try to pull this guy. This is a sinker ball pitcher. Infield defense. Got the shortstop, Orlando Arcia, up the middle. And you got Riley at third base, taking that hole away as much as he can. And fastball in for a strike.
So Elder doesn't throw very hard, but he throws strikes. Got to stay back. Again, Keaton Anderson can't pull this guy. Try to pull this guy. You got to hit it the other way.
Which is really remarkable.
McNeil hits a shot. What? 1 in track power, 2 outs. Wrong part of the ballpark to hit it.
It just seems like anything that Jeff hits in the air, even when he connects, it's not getting out of the ballpark. When you don't want him to hit home runs, but if he gets the ball in the air, it's an out right now for him. He needs to hit line.
All right, Pete Alonso coming up with 2 outs. Lindor on first.
So 2 out now. Pete Alonso hit one of the Mets' 4 solo home runs on Sunday. And their 6-4 loss to Toronto. Mets came from 4 runs down to tie with those 4 home runs. Only to see that game get away on a 2-1 homer by Brandon Belt against Dominic Leone. And that enabled the Blue Jays to sweep that series after the Mets had started their homestand by sweeping the Phillies. Yeah, the Blue Jays looked pretty impressive. Their bullpen was just outstanding.
Umpire is giving that a little bit off the plate on the inside corner so far. Hopefully he gives that to Carrasco.
Today he got sent to the minor leagues. In fact, he got sent all the way back to the Florida complex. That guy who finished 3rd in the Cy Young last year. And this is low in. It's 2-1 to Alonso. Another changeup from Elder, his 3rd, and he hasn't been close to the strike zone. Daniel Vogelbach sitting 5th in the order tonight. He'll be next.
Mets got to make this guy work.
12th start of the year. His last one came in Oakland last Tuesday. Went 7 1/3, his longest outing of the year.
Ball 3.
He's behind 3-1.
Mets got to be patient with this guy.
So
he's wild right now.
3-1 pitch. Now he's 3-1 to Alonso.
All right, this is a pitch. Pete's in the hitter's count here. Got to get it done. Look for your pitch and drive it.
Leads the National League in RBIs with 47, but just 3 hits in his last 25 at-bats. And Pete takes a fastball for a strike.
Right down the middle.
That's 3-2.
That's how you know Pete's struggling. He'll take that ball the other way. All right, so Lindor will be running. 3-2 pitch.
3-2 coming to Alonso. And he drives
Lindor hits one deep. Oh, it's not going to make it. Just got under it and the Mets do not score in the first inning. Pete Alonso just got under it. He got a little bit jammed, but did not get enough of that ball to give the Mets a 2-0 lead. So the Mets do not score in the top of the first. Braves coming up in the bottom of the first. Almost a 2-hour rain delay. Well, 2-hour delay. I'm not even going to call it a rain delay because it didn't rain. So we're going to the bottom of the first, no score. Mets do not score in the top of the first. Go figure. So once again, guys, if you're wondering why I can't see your comments, because I can't. Looking through YouTube, I have to watch the channel, the stream itself, and it looks different on my end than it does on your end. So it's harder to see the comments. I got to scroll through a lot harder to find everybody's comments. So I can't see your comments, so I can't even look to know what you guys are saying. But you guys can converse with yourselves and, watch me blabber until the game starts back. So Mets don't score in the top of the first. That has been a trend this year so far through the first 60 games. But the New York Mets need a quality start from Carlos Carrasco. Do I expect 7 innings? No. I know he can do it. But, again, quality start, 5 innings, 1 or 2 runs, maybe 6 innings, 1 or 2 runs. You get that from Carrasco, you take that every day of the week. But this offense could lose a ball game 2-1, 1-0, because they haven't been scoring. So that's a problem right there. They had, for the most part, besides Nimmo, better at-bats, better swings at the ball. So that's a good sign. Lindor looked like he saw the pitcher's better in that at-bat, and got a walk, which he's been swinging at everything. So that's a good sign. Not a great sign, but a good sign from the Mets hitters. Besides Nimmo, struck out on 3 pitches, you had Lindor, McNeil, and Alonso have good at-bats at the very least. It's not what you want. You want runs, but it's a start considering these guys were swinging at everything the past couple of games. So Braves coming up, Acuna, Olsen, Riley to start the inning. And the dangerous lineup of the Braves against Carlos Carrasco is going to start right now. Bottom of the first, no runs, no score.
There's the Toyota numbers for Cookie coming off of 2 good starts, 2 straight wins.
Watch the first pitch from Acuna.
And sure enough, he's ready on the first one and fouls it off.
That's smart by Carrasco. Don't throw a pitch in his zone in the first pitch.
He always seems to swing early, and it's obviously productive for him. Look at those numbers.
Those numbers in the first inning are amazingly good.
They outscored their opponents by 34 runs in the first inning this year. And if you take it a step
Nice
further,
cutter from Carrasco there. Carrasco's got to keep the ball down. He keeps the ball down, he'll have a good night. When his pitches are up, he's in trouble. He's a low ball pitcher.
That ended the season, 7 home runs in those 3 games to sweep that. And then Carrasco misses high 1 and 2. Cookie coming off 2 back-to-back.
Come on, Carlos.
Starts. 1 in Chicago, and then last Wednesday against the Phillies, he allowed just 1 run in 6 innings. His velocity appears to be back. This is with the changeup, and it's 2-2. And also on deck, then Austin Riley for the Braves, who are second in the National League in runs scored, averaging over 5 runs per game. They're just back from a 3-3 trip out west, strange trip indeed. Fastball get out of those hands. Well, the series in New York earlier this year, Cody had hit 1 to We're up in the 3rd deck in left field. Yeah, go further. Guy Grove. Camera lost it. Yeah, full count to a good here. Close in the follow. Rudy starts today, 3rd in the National League in.
Hey, what up, Captain?
4th on base, 2nd in slugging, 1st in runs scored, just having a fabulous year.
And he strikes out Acuna on a looked like a sinker. 1 out. So that was a good pitching by Carrasco there against Acuna. Keep the ball low. Carrasco is a low ball pitcher. He keeps that ball down. Carrasco will have a good night.
First start back there since the first week of April.
Not an easy strikeout. Acuna is he's dangerous. And here comes another dangerous hitter in Olsen.
Dribbles one up the first baseline, and that will
Once again, guys, I can't see your comments. I barely can. It's hard to scroll through. So I'm not going to look at your comments today, guys, because it's hard. I can't see them today. So at least you get the game.
34 home runs, drove 103. He's on an even better pace this year. Really holds his hands away from his body. That's what I did.
You know, the biggest problem for Carrasco in his Mets career so far has been the first inning. So the first inning is always crucial with him.
Strikeouts, the most of any player in the National League. And as Carrasco misses with the changeup, and it's 2-1.
Yeah, he's got 79 punch-outs. Ouch.
But he also has 43 walks, 17 homers. It's much like Schwarber in that regard. He's a guy who's not going to hit for a high average. A lot of 3 true outcome results. He fouls back the fastball.
Nice outside pitch right there.
Well, if you go back to 2018, which isn't fair to Pete Alonso because he didn't play in the big leagues till 2019, Olsen's second on the list behind Judge. I mean, you know, come on. It's 2-2 coming. And that's lined into center field, and that's going to be in front of Nimmo.
Oh, Nimmo got a late jump on that one.
Got very close to it. And was fortunate to not bounce by it.
Well, he tried to.
So Nimmo misread that ball. That should have been an out right there.
And he just was very fortunate there to keep that ball from going into center field.
Yeah, that ball Nimmo usually catches.
That's what that is. My goodness.
All right, another dangerous hitter. You're going to say that all night. Riley.
Now Austin Riley. And Riley takes one the other way.
That's a base hit to the right side. And Olsen goes to third. So first and third, 1 out for the Braves. Good piece of hitting by Riley there. Didn't try to do too much.
Well, Riley has picked it up on the road trip, their last road trip to Oakland and Arizona. And when we saw him in New York, folks, he was out in front, not even thinking about the opposite field. And there he is right there using right center.
So first and third and 1 away.
All right, here's been the newly acquired Murphy, who's just been on another level this year.
And then signed to a long-term deal. And he takes a slider outside. Murphy starts the day with the best OPS of any catcher in the major leagues. 937 OPS coming into the day.
I think he's up there with the a lot of not too many people have that on OPS.
Carrasco trying to settle in. And Murphy.
Nice slider.
And it's 1-1.
He was looking for a heater there and got a slider out of the plate. There's a big difference right there. He's a power hitter.
11 home runs, 38 driven in, top 10 in RBIs. And grounds one down to third.
Could be a double play.
To second one, Escobar.
Double play. All right, baby. There we go. Nice pitching by Carrasco. Around the horn. 5, 4, 3. Double play to end the inning. That is the type of pitch you needed. And ground ball was needed there for a double play. Hit it somewhat hard. Beatty, nice turn. Knew he had time. With a nice throw to second. And Escobar with the strong arm to first. And double play. So the Mets get out of a first inning jam there. And the Mets are coming up. Top of the second. No score. Well, good day. Carrasco kept keeping the ball down. That's important. And again, that's when he's on right there. You know, if Escobar was playing a normal second base, Riley would hit a hot shot right to the second baseman. So Carrasco can keep the ball on the ground, low in the strike zone. He could have a good night. The ball was hit hard, but he hit it right at somebody, and he got out of the inning. So double play to end the inning in a threat from the Braves in the first. Mets coming up. Mets will have up 5, 6, 7. It'll be Vogelback, Marte, Beatty in the top of the second. So once again, guys, I can't see your comments right now because of the streaming platform that I'm on right now. the comment section is not working properly at all, so I can't really see anything you guys are saying. So I apologize if you're asking me something or, putting the comment towards me. I can't see it. I apologize. Everybody else can see everybody else's comments, so you guys can talk amongst yourselves. But please hit on that like button, and hopefully this game is rather quick, because in about an hour and a half, I might have to. I'll be going to work, so I'll keep the stream on for all of you, but I will be controlling the stream through my phone. So unfortunately, the game had to start 2 hours late for all of our annoying needs. So thank you for being patient with me, guys. I do appreciate that, as always. So if you're just tuning in, there was a 2-hour rain delay, not technically a rain delay because it didn't rain. But we were here just watching other games, mostly Yankee game, because that was the only thing. I didn't feel like putting on the MLB app to stream a service. But all right, let's see what Vogelback can do here. Top of the second, no score.
For New York in the second. He takes a strike from Bryce Elder.
Really playing, and rightly so. We'll go back for a pull on the infield, not in the outfield. Interesting defense. We've seen enough of now his tendencies. They're taking that left center field, or right center field gap away from him, giving him the right field line. And in the infield, it's always in a pull, of course. Interesting configuration.
Well, when he's hitting the ball hard, he's usually hitting it to right center.
Yes.
That's where he had his RBI double on Saturday.
It's the first team that's taken that gap away from him.
Vogelback, like all the other Mets, in a funk right now. 3 for his last 32. Marte and Beatty to follow. Vogelback goes after a high fastball. That ball
I don't know how he got a piece of that ball. That ball was Bragg's head.
Has such a great eye to play. It's so unusual to see him chase out of the strike zone like that. And he goes down.
And he swings at a slider in the dirt. 1 out.
Well, Bryce Elder wasn't even in the rotation when the season began, but he leads the National League in earned run average, sparkling 1.92.
And just a testament to you don't have to be a hard thrower to win in this game.
They're starting Marte, who had the best swings that he's had in a while in the Toronto series.
So, as I said earlier, guys, Marte is the catalyst to this lineup. It's been hitting better over the last 2 weeks. Got his average up to 250 when he was in the low 210s, 220s, which is nice to see.
Buck has intimated that once he feels comfortable that Marte is back in a good group, he'd like to get him back up into the second spot of the lineup. But for now, he's still batting sixth. There's a good off-speed pitch by Elder, and it's 1-2.
That Elder slider is nasty. It looks like a strike when it comes out of his hand and just drops. And that slider is nasty. The Mets can't pick it up. 2 outs. That ball starts at the numbers and then drops to the ankles. It's a tough pitch to lay off. 2 outs. Brett Beatty, as well as you remember last year, hit his first home run in his career at this ballpark.
Beatty just won for his last 17.
What are they? What's on their shoulder?
I have no idea. It's a construction material. Keith,
Is that what it is? I have no idea.
Concrete?
Oh. I'm not a contractor.
Well, but now you just gave him some extra publicity. I mean, it's one thing for the patch on the great shoulder. It's another thing for Keith Hernandez.
Well, in this inning, they can't see that. They can't pick up that slider out of his hand.
So take it back. I take it back. Okay. 1-2 to Beatty. Escobar would be next.
I tell you, Elder's changeup has befuddled 3 hitters so far. I mean, he's got a good one. I got to keep an eye on it.
Got it in the hands of Brady, who fouls it off.
A little cutter right there. Well, there you go. Change that from 12% of the time.
I mean, his slider and his sinker are his 2 primary pitches, and he tries the back foot slider there and misses 2-2. I mean, when you don't throw hard, got to keep the ball down, and he's done it successfully.
Oh. So the umpire is giving both pitchers basically a little off the inside corner of the plate on the left side and the right side of the batter's box of the plate. Little bit off, but he's been consistent. He gave it to Carrasco as well. So as long as the umpire is consistent, can't really complain about the strike zone. The umpire's been calling it for the first inning and a half. So Mets strike out. All 3 batters strike out. Vogelbach, Marte, and Beatty strike out. Go 1, 2, 3 in the second. Braves coming up in the bottom of the second. No score. Once again, guys, you're just tuning in. I can't see your comments today. The comments section. I know you guys can type and you can see the comments on my platform where I'm looking right now. I can't see the comments properly. So I won't be able to answer any questions or talk to you guys from your comments. I can't see them. So I'm flying blind right now. I'm just going on what's going on in the game, and during the commercial break, give you a little update on the game, what happened, and then so forth. So Mets do not score in the first 2 innings. Carrasco got out of a jam in the first inning when they had first and third and 1 out, gets the ground ball for a 5-4-3 double play, and that's how he got out of the inning. So Carrasco made the pitch he needed in that inning and got it done. And Carrasco, he keeps the ball down in the strike zone, he'll have success. Again, it might not always work out, but when he keeps the ball down, he is a sinker, cutter, split finger type of guy. He's got to keep the ball down. If he gets them pitches up, they're bad in practice. So that's what he has to avoid. And so far in the first inning, he looked like he did that. Let's see if he can continue that. His first inning has been his biggest problem in his Mets career so far since he's been a Met. Huge problem. He's past the first inning. Let's see if he can build off of that first inning, getting that big double play. And if he does that, I think he can give us a quality start. Again, a quality start in my books for a fifth starter is 5 innings, 1 or 2 runs. And, in a good situation, give us 6 innings with those 1 or 2 runs. Let's see. Bottom of the second, no score.
Braves win on Sunday in Arizona, leads off, and Steve Gelbs is here.
I sure am here, Darren. Yeah, I stayed during the rain delays. Rosario first pitch swinging, Beatty underneath, pops out 1 away, and that puts a little bit of a crimp into the story I was just about to tell, but let's go with it anyway. So Rosario and Carrasco, kind of a matchup to watch today. That was the 44th time that they faced each other, and coming into the night, Rosario's had a ton of success against Carrasco at 342. But if you dig deeper into the numbers, there's a very distinct difference to Rosario hitting against Carrasco with nobody on versus with runners on base. Now, despite the outcome we just saw, he is really crushing Carrasco with nobody on base. 417 batting average, 1315 OPS coming into the night. However, with runners on, he's hitting just 214 with a 603 OPS, and part of that could have to do with how Carrasco pitches him in those situations. Carrasco with nobody on seemingly much more aggressive, challenging more, 49% fastballs versus with runners on base, using much more breaking stuff off speed, throwing his fastball under 40% of the time.
A clock violation was just called against, I think it was Narvaez, that he was not ready in the catcher's box in time. That's one I don't think we've seen before. And now it's 2-0 to Ozzie Albies. And now Moreno.
Albies has a really stark chain difference in his splits. He hits from power to the left side, but he's a better right-hand hitter. But this year, my goodness, Hitting 188 with 7 home runs against right-handers. Over 400 against lefties. He cracks this one.
Oh, that might be gone, guys.
Back to the warning track, back at the wall.
Goodbye, home run. Well, Keith Hernandez just said it. Albies has been hitting for power, not average from the left side, and he gets a 3-1 pitch right down the middle and gives the Braves a 1-0 lead.
The low ball hitter, left-handed.
Right down the middle.
That's out over the plate. And he's a lift hitter from the left side.
That was a pitch. Carrasco didn't get down. Got to live at the lower part of the strike zone for him.
From the side, on his back foot, watch the shift. A little leg, a big leg kick. Well, almost he recoils back.
Carrasco misses with the slider to Marcelo Zuna and falls behind him 2-0. He was behind Albies 3-1 when he gave up a home run. Now down to the count on Ozuna, who's been a hot hitter for more than a month now. We're ready to run him out of town. Yes, Ozuna at the end of April was hitting .085. But since the start of May, he's hitting .316 with 9 home runs.
Well, he got in his manager's doghouse the last game of the road trip in Arizona. He got benched in the middle of the game, his first at bat. Thought he'd get a home run. It turned out to be a long single, and he was immediately pulled out of the game. But he's back in there because he's hitting.
And he was contrite. Yeah, past Carrasco, right there is Escobar. Yeah,
all right, 2 outs.
Well, here it is, Garrett. You thought he had it? Stargazing? Oh, that's that center field with the high.
It's an overhang.
Yeah, sorry. Got to run.
That's a bad look. And, it's not the first time Brian Snitker's done that with a player who has drawn his ire for lack of hustle. And
all right, 2 outs, 1-0 Braves. Albies home run. Arcia.
Enough that he was back in the lineup the very next game, which is tonight.
There's Brian, a good guy. All those years in the Braves farm system and now managing this ball club. For how many years, Gary, is he now? I forgot. He's been here so long, the years just pass you by.
Orlando Arcia, the Braves shortstop. Down to the count 0-2. Long hold by Carrasco. And this is low with the changeup 1-2.
Your defense for the Mets. Narvaez back behind the dish. First start in a very, very long time. That was quick. And on the outfield, McNeil gets his start out in left. That'll be his 9th start of the year in left field.
Ground ball right to Escobar, and inning is over, but not before. Ozzy Albies hits a solo home run to dead center to give the Braves a 1-0 lead. The 1 ball Carrasco left up in that inning was a home run. Again, he lives down in the strike zone. He'll have success. But it was a 3-1 pitch to Albies, trying to beat him with the fastball, but Albies swung right over the zone where the pitch was right down the middle, and it was a 1-0 Braves lead in the going to the top of the third. So once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button. And thank you for sticking with me through a late start to this game. Unfortunately, I can't see your comments tonight, even though you guys can see the comments and you guys can type in the comments. I just can't do anything right now. It's disabled at the moment on the streaming platform. So unfortunately, I can't really do much about that right now. But I'll be with you until as long as I possibly can, until I have to leave for work. And I'll keep the stream on for you guys throughout the game. And I'll control it through my phone, and then you guys can enjoy the game while I work. So thank you for sticking with me through a long pregame show. and watching the Yankees losing to the White Sox while the Mets were in a rain delay. So Mets are coming up in the top of the third. It is going to be 8-9-1 Escobar, Narvaez, and Nimmo coming up in the top of the third. And let's see if the Mets can get it going here. In the first inning with Lindor and Alonso and McNeil, they looked like they had good at-bats, right? That's a good sign because they're just swinging away. They didn't look like they had any balance at the plate. Lindor actually took a walk, which has been rare this year. So that's a good sign from him. Again, nothing came out of it yet, but I like to see them being a little bit more patient at the plate, not swinging at every first pitch, working the count a little bit, and I think that was nice to see in the first inning. But runs win you ball games. They got to score the runs. So 1-0 Braves, top of the third. Escobar leading off.
Oh, sure. Eduardo Escobar leads off in the third with the Mets down 1-0 and a changeup from Bryce Elder to start them off.
Well, we showed the pie chart about the pitch usage, 12% on his changeup, but he's thrown it around six changeups so far in this game.
Second straight start for Escobar, went 0 for 4 on Sunday after a rather long hot streak. So Albies homered to give the Braves the lead in the second inning. Coming into the day, in the first 2 innings of games, the Braves hit 27 more home runs than their opposition. That is the best home run differential in the first 2 innings of games through a team's first 59 games in Major League history. And now they're plus 28. I mean, that's crazy. They bludgeon people, as they do. And their pitchers don't give up home runs. They've given up the fewest home runs of any staff in the league. And that's how they win. And they do it early in games. Bring it to Escobar leading off. Narvaez on deck, and then Nimmo for the Mets in the third. That's about just one base runner so far. Escobar fouls out the
Escobar working the count here.
Pitch, that back foot slider against the left-hand hitters.
I think his changeup's a pretty good pitch too, Gary. He seems to take just the right amount off.
That's hooked into right
and
field.
Escobar hits it right at Acuna for the first out.
Very interesting delivery. Watch the right foot as he goes in his motion in the middle of the rubber. Now he shifts to the first base side. I have never seen that. Very interesting.
Very shifty.
All right, Narvaez first at bat since April 5th.
So now Omar Narvaez is first at bat since April the 5th, and he pulls one in.
Base hit for Narvaez. I'm telling you guys, Narvaez is a guy who puts the bat on the ball. 1 out hit for Narvaez.
And as the Mets first hit of the night.
Well, Narvaez was 4 for 14 until he got hurt. Of course, the calf tear, and that's a tough injury, and that's why he's been
all right,
so
Nimmo up.
long.
So the Mets have a 1-out bench runner now. Brandon Nimmo, who struck out on 3 pitches his first time up.
You see the adjustments Met hitters make. What's going on?
Oh, they just somebody in the Mets dugout got thrown out of the game.
Why would they be woofing at him in the first place?
So somebody got thrown out of the Mets dugout. We don't know who it is.
That might have been inside as well. That to me is the only gripe they have.
Well, we still don't know who it is. Right. That's been ejected. mean, it certainly does not appear to be Buck who was ejected.
I think it's Eric Chavez getting
And
ejected.
it looks like it might be Eric Chavez, the Mets bench coach. So,
Yep, Eric Chavez getting thrown out of the game.
So he must have been Wolfram, the former hitting coach last year for the Mets, and now the bench coach. And Mr. Rayburn has rabbit ears.
No relation to Gene Rayburn.
Come on, Brandon.
Doesn't have a long microphone or anything. Elder takes a fastball upstairs. A rare high pitch from Elder. 1-1 strike. And he is down at the bottom of that strike zone all the time.
He needs to live down there, Gary.
He's already got 11 ground ball double plays this year in his first 11 starts.
Come on, Brandon.
Went around on that back foot slider, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, he's got a nice little slider as well.
Two Nemo. He just got a piece
Stays
of that.
alive.
Remember, that's 83 miles an hour. Now, as a hitter, Gary, an 83 mile an hour slider, you got time to read it. It's not coming in at 95 or 94 or 93. So it's got to have some late break, and it breaks down as well.
Nemo stays alive again.
Well, there's not a lot of speed differential among Elder's pitches. I mean, he's throwing 89-mile-an-hour fastballs and 83-mile-an-hour changeups.
But that might be the – I don't know. I wish in my day that we had that kind of information to find the disparity, the difference.
Nemo gets one of the
come on, Nemo. That's a pitch to take the other way hard. 2 outs.
Well, that's the second out.
So I would love, Gary, Andy Messersmith had the greatest change I've ever faced. And Andy Messersmith threw hard, but not that hard. I would love
All right, Lindor's coming up at 2 outs here.
But his fastball
First at bat, he walked.
and what the difference
Actually looked like he actually had a clue out there at the plate,
perfect amount
which is,
to take
I guess,
off.
nice to see, but he needs to do some damage.
Fastballs mile per hour. But we don't have that. We didn't have that data back then.
As Lindor walked his first time up. Interesting here, the first baseman Olsen playing behind Narvaez at first base with a left-hand hitter up. He was not behind him with Nemo at the plate, but he drops back with 2 out, Lindor at the plate.
I agree with that.
And Francisco reaches for that sinker and fouls it off 1-1.
Well, that sink really, really had some bite to it. Coming back with a fastball.
Narvaez at first with 2 down. And Lindor fouls that one away. And it's 1-2. Well, that left-handed 199 batting average is just shocking.
That outside corner right now looks a mile away to him right now for Lindor. I've been there.
1-2 coming. And fouls off.
Staying alive.
Slider, and it's the ball, 2 strikes. Lindor, for all his troubles, still 6th in the National League in RBIs.
There's his hole, Gary, where he dug. Now, from the stretch, he starts from that first base side.
Actually can't slide on the rubber at the stretch. That's in the air.
Get out, baby. That's gone. All right, Frankie. There you go, baby. 2-1 Mets. That's what I'm talking about. Wore the shirt today, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Come on. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. All right, Frankie. Good job. Good job. 2 RBIs. All right, Frankie. Good job, baby. His first at bat showed me a lot. Right there.
He knows.
Stood back on that ball, and that ball is gone. Good job by Frankie Cisco right there. Good job. A little bit of luck with the Mr. Smile shirt today. All right. There we go. 2-1 Mets. Come on, Jeff.
Only in game 61. Here's Jeff McNeil. This is an interesting matchup. You got Bryce Elder on the mound and Jeff McNeil at the plate, both of whom were golfers for most of their high school career and didn't come back to baseball until very late. Two scratch golfers going head-to-head, 1-1.
The golf swing had more effect on McNeil than his swing has no effect on the pitcher.
Elder said he gave up golf because baseball was more interesting. 2 balls and a strike.
I think he made the right choice.
Said he gave up baseball initially because of all the travel ball. He was tired of driving. He just wanted to play golf with his friends, and he became an awfully good golfer. And the fastball just...
The Mets are not swinging at that pitch below the zone, that nasty slider and that sinker that he has. They're laying off that.
Might even shoot your age.
You lay off those pitches, let him get that pitch up.
Could you see Jeff with his competitiveness after his career is over, going out on the senior tour down the road?
I wouldn't be surprised. He's a scratch golfer.
3-2 coming. That's
Ball 4, all right. Good at bat by McNeil. Alonso coming up.
Second walk given up by Elder. So the second time around the batting order proving a little more troublesome for Elder.
Well, he was 1 out from getting away with it, getting out of it, but made a big mistake to Lindor.
So now he's got to face Alonso with the man on. He's already thrown 25 pitches in this inning. And Pete takes the off-speed pitch for a strike, 0-1.
Pete's been taking a lot of first pitches of late, and I just think he's trying to get a bead.
No. Come on, Pete, lay off that crap. Let him get that pitch up.
He is now the all-time Citi Field home run champ.
Up, Pete.
With 72, but he's hit more home runs on the road in his career than he's hit at home. Just remember his rookie year, the one he hit into the water in center field early in the season here. That's pulled.
Oh.
Yes, I do. That was one of the ones.
He was on that pitch.
This guy, he might be something special.
The one he hit last year at Dodger Stadium, the line drive off the big hard-throwing right-hand reliever for the Dodgers. Those bullets, a 2-iron hit to right center field. That was a shocker to me, too, as well.
Elder trying to put this inning to bed, but Alonso.
Goodbye. All right, Pete. Yeah, baby. 4-1, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Fuck this team, man. I hate this team. Let's go. When the 1 through 4 hitters hit, the Mets play well. 4-1 Mets, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
Hanging right there in the wheelhouse of Pete. And sometimes that off day.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. Just what the doctor ordered, baby. There you go. Get that pitch up. Don't swing at that garbage below the strike zone and let him get that ball up. 2 sliders he got up, and the Mets destroyed it.
We talked during the open today about the Mets' offensive woes, and for all the talk about the peripheral guys not getting the job done, you have to have your big guns. Yes, said Lindor and Alonso here, both connecting in the same inning. Here's Vogelbach, who struck out his first time.
Here we go, guys. 4-1 Mets. 2 2-run homers by Lindor and Alonso in the third. A lot of game to go, though. Still got to pitch well. All right, I'm getting the comments a little bit. Easy, I agree with you. When your team scores runs for you and 4 runs on the board, maybe more, and that was over 2 outs, guys, by the way. You need your pitcher to come out and put zeros on the board the next inning.
changeup, and it's 1-2. Elder fairly sailed through the first 2 innings, struck out the side of the second. But a 1-out single by Narvaez got the Mets started. Lindor cracked a 2-run homer, a walk to McNeil, and then Alonso followed suit with a 2-run homer of his own. And
Vogelback strikes out to end the inning, but not before. Two 2-run home runs by Lindor and Alonso going back. Oh, sorry, not back to back. Excuse me. Two 2-run home runs in the third to give the Mets a 4-1 lead, and that was needed by both of those guys. Both guys were struggling to no end. Lindor was basically not even a baseball player over the last month. They needed that. And again, those were pitches they were missing for a while. Those are hitters' pitchers. And again, I was saying it with Elder. You lay off those crap in the dirt, those sliders that he throws low, let him get the pitch up. When he gets the pitch up, they're frisbees. They are batting practice pitches. And that's what the Mets did there, and that's a good start for the Mets. Took 3 innings to get back on track, but the second time around the order, everybody had better at-bats. So that's a good sign to see from the Mets, and the Mets needed that. They needed early runs. They've been a team that don't score a lot of runs between innings 1 through 5. From 6 through 9, they scored the majority of their runs this year. It's nice to see them get some early runs here, but let's make no mistake about it. The Braves are dangerous. We all know that. Carrasco needs to come out this inning in the bottom of the third and put up a 0 and get your offense right back there. That's been another problem with the Mets this year. Once we score some runs, our pitcher gives up some runs. That very next half inning. Carrasco needs to put up a 0 and get that offense back on. Well, KTU, I don't know if Vogelback is going to be here much longer, to be honest with you. He's the last one on the chopping block, in my opinion. I don't think it's too long before we see Mauricio come up here, to be honest. It's just a matter of time. Christopher, I think, and again, I'm getting the comments very sporadically, so I apologize, guys. But Chavez got thrown out because he was barking at the umpire because of the strikes that he was calling for the Mets. All right, bottom of the third. Let's see if Carrasco can put up zeros here. 9-1-2 for the Braves.
Hear the news that Jacob DeGrom's going to need Tommy John surgery again. I mean, he is such an incredible performer when he's able to take the mound, but his ability to stay on the mound over the last few years has just been so compromised, and now he's going to miss the rest of this year, part of next year as well.
And we saw his interview. We did an interview, and he was in tears. When you have what you feel could be a career-ending injury.
Nice pitch, Carlos.
39, 40, back end of your career. But it's another thing when you feel, gosh, I can play another 7 years. It's just devastating.
Well, especially when you consider
and strikes out Harris for the first out in the third. Nice pitch. Again, Carrasco's got to live down in the strike zone, and he's been doing it so far.
When he was young, he came up when he was 26, 27, and was just so phenomenal over the last 3-4 years when he was able to pitch, but far too many times was.
Watch out for first pitch swinging Acuna.
Setback, and it just feels as though so much of DeGrom's career has been left on the table because of all the injuries. And of course, you have to talk about throwing as hard as he does with the type of body he has, and maybe
nice pitch, Carlos. Nice pitch.
For him to be the kind of pitcher who can go out there 30 times a year indefinitely.
And think of all the rehab he's going to have to go through to get back on the mound.
He's done it before.
Ooh, come on, and calling that pitch. Giving that pitch to Elder. You got to give him the inside corner there. Jesus.
18 and 19 were spectacular, but the first half of 21 was probably the greatest half a season I've ever seen a pitcher have.
Oh, Carlos.
And then he was shut down in July that year and came back the second half of last year and showed flashes. And the Rangers opted to shell out a 5-year contract and big money, hoping that he'd be able to
nice pitch.
Chases one.
Letting him chase that nasty pitch.
And after
look, you always want Acuna up with nobody on base. Challenge him. Don't walk him. He hits one over the wall. It's only 4-2.
It's over.
Gotta challenge him.
At least for the time being. That's line toward the middle.
All right. That was a good pitch. Good piece of hitting. Good pitch. Jammed him. Just good pitch of hitting.
I mean, 2021, he was as dominant as a pitcher could ever be. And you see where he stacks up his start lead.
All right, Matt Olson coming up.
In which the first 15 starts, and of course 15 was all he had that year.
Louis Tiant had a great year in '68.
So did a lot of pitchers. Yeah. Matt Olson swings at an up-and-in fastball, and it's 0-1. Olson single to center. Well, our best wishes to Jake. We wish him nothing but success in his recovery, and hope he finds peace over this next year before he's able to get back out there and perform again. Ball to strike to Olson.
4-1 is a nice lead, but it's not a comfortable lead with this ball club.
Well, with their home run hitting power, Olson singled to center his first time. He fouls off the changeup, and it's 1-2.
That's interesting. The Braves are only 15-14 at home, and they're road warriors, 20-10 on the road.
And they've got the best road to home advantage of any team in the major leagues this year. Acuna, a false start towards second, then stops and a ground
double play ball. Oh, damn it. Shit. That could have ended the inning there. All right, 2 outs, run around second. Damn.
And Olson is a double play candidate. Ball came up and got the heel of his glove. But you kids at home, see how he stayed in front? Ball hit the heel of his glove and hit his chest. Stayed in front, able to make the out. If he had olated and give it the backhand, that's in right field.
I often wonder, do you not want the adults to learn that the right way to do it, brother?
They've had their chance. They haven't made it by then. By now, they're done.
The kids are the future.
All right, Riley up with 2 outs.
Riley.
Got a base hit on the right side.
The first pitch he saw from Carrasco. And Riley takes the changeup below the knees for ball 1. First time in a while seeing Omar Narvaez behind the plate. He's looked very comfortable. He was an offensive catcher, Narvaez was, in the early days of his career, who became a much more valuable defensive catcher the last couple of years in Milwaukee. And that was
ouch.
Riley into first base.
Hit Riley. Ouch.
What he wanted to do.
He's trying to go inside and hit him. All right, getting the tie and run to the plate here.
No free passes.
Dangerous hitter here with Murphy up.
Come inside.
Well, Murphy had an opportunity in the first inning, first and third, 1 out, but grounded it for double play. That got Carrasco out of trouble. Now we got a 2-out chance in the third with 2 aboard.
Yeah, that's rough with Escobar not making that double play chance right there, because you make your pitcher stay on the mound there when he thought he was out of it.
Second, Riley at first. And the first pitch slider popped up shallow center.
Come on, Marte. All right, so once again, Carlos Carrasco gets out of the inning in another trouble, but get put up a 0, and that's what you asked for. So, that wasn't looking pretty there with Carrasco being a little bit wild there, but gets out of the inning once again, and the Mets are taking a 4-1 lead to the top of the 4th. Well, Carrasco put the 0 on the board and getting his offense right back up there. So Mets lead 4-1 with a Lindor and Alonso 2 2-run homers in the third to give them a 4-1 lead, and 2 guys who needed something show some type of life was those two guys. Again, we talked about this. Everybody has talked about this. Every Mets fan who knows anything about this team, if Lindor and Alonso are going, this team will go. It's just that simple. And so far, so good. Again, it's 4-1 lead. Nice lead. Probably not enough. But again, honestly, guys, the Braves struggles this year with runners in scoring position is very interesting. It's a very odd stat that they have. They were talking about Murphy, where he's batting basically 100-point difference when he has runners on. So it's amazing to me. But you know what? That's baseball nowadays. I mean, it's just very odd. And we know how the Braves can match. But I've said this last year. I said this in 2021. You keep the Atlanta Braves in the ballpark, you got a chance of winning the game. It's just that simple. And I wish I could see you guys comment right now so I can, comment back and forth with you guys, but I can't see them anymore, and that sucks. But again, I think this is the motto of beating the Braves. Keep them in the ballpark. You got a good chance of winning the ball game. You're not going to win every time, but you'll have the opportunities to win ball games. You got to keep them in the ballpark. And, they can get their hits, get a couple of guys on base, but if they don't hit home runs, they rarely score runs if they don't hit the home runs. It's just that simple. So, top of the fourth, Mets lead 4-1. And Carrasco put another 0 on the board, which is nice to see. And let's see if the Mets can put more runs on the board in the top of the fourth.
And how he has similarities to Jeff McNeil in that he grew up a golfer as well. He actually tried to go back to playing baseball his freshman year of high school, but the coach at the time said, you've got to pick between golf and baseball because they're played in the same season. And so Elder, he chose golf that year. But his sophomore year, there was a new head coach at Decatur High School, Brian Tickell. And Brian Tickell told him, hey, listen, if you try out for the team and make it, as long as you get your PFPs and your bullpens in, I don't care what you do, aside from when you're pitching in the games for us. And Tickell said that the first bullpen that he saw him pitch when he was trying out for the team, he just turned to Bryce and said, yeah, buddy, you can do whatever you want. You're on the team. We'll make golf work. And they went ahead and did that. Now, some other interesting thing about Brian Tickell, the head coach, he was also Noah Syndergaard's coach at Legacy High School.
Calling that inside pitch for Elder, but not Carrasco. Calling it just a few inches off the plate in the inside corner, but didn't call it for Carrasco last inning. And Marte strikes out in a bad pitch on the dirt, 1 out. Brett Beatty coming up.
He's back out after giving up 4 runs. He's had it pretty much his own way. With the ZRA below 2, that's way up now. He's being watched how he regroups.
Come on, Brett.
He's back out there after that inning that he blew up. Brett Beatty, who struck out looking his first time up, and he goes up swinging at the first.
Beatty's having that long swing again.
Stop the presses baseball moment, Keith. The Oakland Athletics, not only one time, they beat the Pittsburgh Pirates 11-2. They don't blow people out. They blew them out. Chase Peterson went 5 for 5, hit 2 homers, and drove in 5 runs for the victorious A's. Chase, who used to play for the Braves here in Atlanta. That is their 13th win against 50 losses. And it also snaps a 15-game road losing streak.
That's a base hit for Beatty. 1 out base hit. Nice hitting by Beatty. Shorter swing there. Again, when he has that long swing, he has a problem catching up to that pitch in the letters. Right there, belt high, excuse me. Nice quick swing. Right past Albies. All right.
Beatty has really good balance.
Escobar up with 1 out.
Oregon has just played Mr. Ed for Eduardo Escobar. The guy in Pittsburgh used to be good at that. Escobar lined out to right his first time up, and he takes fastball away for ball 1. He always played Hernando's hideaway.
A lot of pitches for Elder. 76 in the fourth, 1 out. Mets have been working the count a lot against him. It's good to see.
Olsen playing in front of Beatty at first base. A couple of steps off the bag, and Escobar takes
Good eye, good
Olsen
eye.
up high, and it's 2-0. So Elder going a little different game plan now, mixing in some four-seam fastballs with his sinkers. He had a really rough go into the third through 33 pitches in that inning.
There you go. Don't try to swing at that pitch. That's the pitch he was trying to hit, make you roll over and throw a double play there. That's a nasty slider on the outside corner.
Baseball tonight. Lucas Giolito threw 6 no-hit innings in the smoke at the Yankee Stadium. Beat the Yankees 3-2.
Yeah, he did it that time.
Goes to second against the fourth. The relay.
Oh, they got the double play. Well, exactly what he did there, he did it again, and Escobar rolled it over, and it was a slow double play opportunity, but they got the double play, and the Mets do not score in the top of the fourth. Mets lead 4-1, going to the bottom of the fourth. So once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button. I do apologize about the comments. I can't see the comments very well today for some reason. Guys, I don't know if you're paying attention, but we're winning right now. I think I can see some of your comments. Guys, you can't DH your backup catcher. If Navarez or your starting catcher gets hurt, you have no catcher. You got to understand that, guys. Alvarez is not DHing, and Navarez won't DH either because you can't have both of your catchers in the lineup. If you DH Alvarez and you lose and save your starting catcher, Navarez gets hurt, Alvarez has to catch. And then you lose the DH spot. Sorry. The DH spot, you lose. You can't do that in today's game. All right? Unless you carry 3 catchers, it's not happening. Do I ever get the dollar hot dog? No, I have not. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to read the comments, but again, they go away quickly. And unfortunately, on my side, I can't really see them. If I catch them quickly, I can see them, but they go away after 2 or 3 seconds after you type them. So I apologize, but we're going to the bottom of the fourth, 4-1 Mets. A lot of game to go. Game started 2 hours late because the fake rain that never popped up in Atlanta, but oh well. All right, so here we go.
We'll watch Olsen get it and get rid of it quick. Firm throw.
So 4-1 Mets. Here we go.
That's not an easy play. That's what you work on in spring training.
Rosario leads off in the home fourth and takes the curveball for a strike.
And Elder got over there quickly.
I mean, it's nicely done. All 3 players involved. I mean, Arcia with a nice quick throw back to first.
Nice 2 strikes.
Elder's athletic because he was at the bag. He got there, and he's ready at the bag for the throw. And boom, boom. That is well done.
All right.
Timeout called by Rosario.
A very dangerous hitter.
Calmed up to third his first time up.
He's a swinger. He loves to swing the bat.
Come on, Carlos, keep that ball low.
Major leagues. He swings at 61% of the pitches he sees. That's the highest rate in the majors.
Yep. And when he's hot, he's hot. And when he's cold, he's cold.
He's kind of the epitome of this Braves team. They like to swing early. They like to swing at fastballs.
Strike 3 and 1 out. Good job by Carrasco striking out Rosario.
And that's the third strikeout for Carrasco. Look at what the Braves hit well. They hit well against fastballs. They hit not quite so well against breaking balls and even less against off-speed pitches, which is not to say they aren't good at all 3, but they're just much better against the fastball. See, Albies hit a home run his first time up for the only Atlanta run, his 13th of the year.
Did you see where the Texas Rangers were on all those secondary pitches? They're leading the major leagues in batting average.
Well, I was going to say when we were talking about DeGrom, the irony is that, DeGrom is lost, but the Rangers are just crushing it. I mean, they lead the majors in runs scored. They're 39-20, their best start ever. Marcus Semien is having another great year. He's got a 24-game hitting streak going. Their other starters that they brought in, Nathan Eovaldi and Drakini, they're both doing really well.
Eovaldi won his 8th game. It's 8-2. And Bruce Bochy out of retirement.
Picked the right spot, it would appear.
I bet you he has a lot to do with it as well.
Well, mentioning Bochy coming out of retirement brings to mind the fact this is our first broadcast since the passing of Roger Craig.
Yes.
He was former Giants managers, and of course Roger had a giant place in Mets history, as well as his years managing San Francisco. That's line toward the middle.
Right to Lindor and 2 outs. All right.
Roger Craig had such a storied career.
56 pitches for Carrasco in the bottom of the 4th with 2 outs. So at the moment, gets out of this inning. He's heading towards a quality start that we were looking for, but still early.
Johnny Padres winning Game 7 to win that World Series for Brooklyn, but if he doesn't win Game 5, they probably don't win the series. That was his rookie year, and then he hurt his arm, and he came back, and in '59 had his best season for the Dodgers when they won the World Series again in their second year in Los Angeles to beat the White Sox. And then after his Mets tenure, he goes to St. Louis and wins a World Series with the Cardinals.
He was their swing man, a lot of bullpen work, and their swing starter.
So Ozuna tops one foul.
There you go,
And
keeping that ball low.
all that, he was the guy, other than Mike Scott, who brought the split-fingered fastball, the Bruce Sutter, I should say, who brought the split-fingered fastball to baseball.
Well, he learned it, and his quote was, any pitcher that wants to hang around would be stupid not to learn how to throw this pitch. And I couldn't agree more.
Well, he taught his whole staff in San Francisco.
Correct. He also taught, when he was pitching coach in Detroit,
He taught Jack Morris.
yes, he did.
Yeah.
And then he went to, Mike Scott sought him out.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Carlos.
Grounded out his first time. And he
Ground
throws that
ball.
one foul.
Foul.
Mike Scott, when he came up with the Mets, Gary, was just a hard thrower with a mediocre breaking ball. And when he got the split finger, he didn't throw very many sliders. It was just a 2-pitch pitcher. And he had a wicked, that split finger made him into what he was. Cy Young.
Roger also had a great sense of humor. He'd always say, you have to be a pretty good pitcher to lose 24 games.
Yes.
Which he did.
He managed to let the Padres.
But I think the Giant fans loved him because he brought a sense of fun back to San Francisco when that franchise was moribund in the 80s. He made that franchise relevant again.
Ground ball right to Escobar. And that ends the inning. So another 1-2-3 inning for Escobar, looking good. Through 4. Mets lead 4-1. So quality start, what we talked about before this game started. Quality start. Quality start. What do you usually see a quality start? Especially from your number 4, number 5 pitcher. Is 5 innings, 1 or 2 runs. At the moment, 4 innings, 1 run so far, and Carrasco has been pitching good right now. Again, he's got 61 pitches so far, so if he still pitches well, you might be able to get 6 from him, and that's something that is extremely important for this team. This team does so much better when their pitchers go 6 innings. And the Mets need to score a couple more runs here. This is a type of game here where you get 2 2-run homers. That is nice, but this is a game you got to break away. You got to start adding runs on. Get those extra runs. Got to add on here. 3-run lead is nice, but as you seen last inning, had a couple of men on, and one swing in the back and tie the ball game. It can change the complexion of the game. So got to add on to your runs here. something the Mets haven't done a lot of this year is tack on runs. This is where you put it. You could put a team away in a game by tacking on runs, and it would be nice if the Mets can do that and give a little bit more of a breathing room for your starter and your bullpen, and that would be perfect. The Mets haven't done that a lot this year. It would be nice if they could start doing that today. No better start time is to do it right now. So we'll see. So Mets lead 4-1, going to the top of the fifth. So probably in about another inning or two, probably after the sixth, I probably have to go to work. So I will control the stream through my phone, but I'll make sure that I make sure the audio stays on for you guys during this game for the rest of the stream. So here we go, top of the fifth. Mets lead 4-1.
Kennedy, stop it. Fifth inning recap brought to you by Ford. Home runs by Francisco Lindor and Pete Alonso. 2-run homers each in the third inning, and giving the Mets a 4-1 lead. Carlos Carrasco has done the rest. 9-1-2 in the Mets batting order. Omar Narvaez leads off. So
all right, as Carrie Cohen said, 9-1-2. Narvaez, Nimmo, Lindor. Narvaez hits one off the end of the bat, right to Harris.
Yeah, that's the first out. There's your obligatory Keith Hates cotton candy shot.
You know what is creepy about the cotton candy is what makes them that color? To me, that smells of something not good for you.
It's food dye, which is definitely not good for you, and it's sugar. That's all the cotton candy is. Food dye and sugar.
Be nice to see Brandon Nimmo get it together here.
I don't want food dye.
You probably don't want the sugar either.
No, I can live with the sugar and not the food, with the dye.
Nimmo's just not seeing the pitch as well.
You should check the ingredients.
Well, you think?
Yeah.
Well, I got a sweet tooth.
Yes, you do. Delos struck out fly to left. 0 for 2. Francisco Lindor on deck. Each team with 4 hits, but the Mets have hit 2 home runs with men on base.
Good eye, good eye.
That one just below the strike zone. Change up from Elder, and it's 2-2. Bryce Elder started the night, leading the league in ERA. Bounces that slider, and it's 3-2. We mentioned some other really good pitching performances tonight.
Yeah, Christopher, I know. I was texted by a couple of coworkers that are already at work saying that they had a hard time breathing out there and to see while you're driving. So, and Nimmo fouls it off.
Arizona won again. They had 3 RBIs for Josh Rojas and beat the Nationals 10-5. Arizona for the moment a half game up on the Dodgers in the NL West. Exciting young team. Looking forward to seeing them. 3-2 coming. And
woo, nice pitch.
And that's 7 strikeouts now for Bryce Elder, matching his season high.
Brandon has now struck out kind of an alarming 55 times this year.
A lot of strikeouts for Nimmo.
It's a lot for Brandon.
All right, Lindor's up with 2 outs. Last time I bet, 2-run homer.
That first sinker, 0-1. The home run was his 11th. Now his 42 runs batted in. Top 10 of the league in RBIs. Yeah, it's
right up the middle, but they're playing him up the middle, and the inning is over. And 1, 2, 3 for the Mets in the top of the fifth. And Mets lead 4-1. Braves coming up. So once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button in this late starting game here on the channel today. So I will be doing the next couple of games as well. All 3 games of the Brave series, I'm going live. So hopefully there ain't no more delays and we can get a game on at 7:20. That would be nice. So unfortunately, tonight sucked. They did a terrible job delaying this game for no reason. And unfortunately, we get a late start to today's game. So bottom of the fifth, Mets lead 4-1. Recap of the game: home runs has been the run scored. Ozzie Albies solo home run give the Braves an early lead, and then in the third, Francisco Lindor and Pete Alonso hit 2 2-run homers to give the Mets a 4-run lead. Good news is Carrasco is looking solid, not great, solid. Gets people on base, but he got out of it with zeros for the most part, so that's good to see. Again, quality stuff from Carrasco is all you can ask for. You can't ask for gems here for your fourth to fifth starter. Again, he's going to the fifth inning now. You got 61 pitches. Gets a nice inning here, you can go 6. And that's something that you can't ask more than that from a guy like Carrasco, especially against this lineup. So let's see if he can continue that in the fifth. The Braves will have a 8-9-1 to start the fifth inning. And that's where we are in the game right now. So thank you guys for tuning in and hanging out during this long process of a game, since MLB and the Braves can't get it together there and not figure out that it's not raining. You should maybe play baseball. So with that said, bottom of the fifth, 8-9-1 for the Braves, 4-1 Mets.
Of course, there was no postseason in 1994, so NL East title since 1995, and it's been a walkover. Of course, the Marlins won 2 World Series without ever winning a division title. Orlando Arcia leads off the whole fifth and takes a strike from Carlos Carrasco. Cookie put together his 3rd straight good start. Gave up just 1 run in each of his last 2 outings against the Cubs and the Phillies. Each time a solo home run. He's given up just a solo home run tonight. Arcia bounces 1 foul and it's 0-2. Arcia, Harris, and Acuna 8-9-1 in the Braves batting order.
Oh, Carlos.
This is down with the changeup, and it's 1-2. We mentioned Carrasco's fastball on his last start. He threw an average fastball velocity against the Phillies of 93.1. His season average is 91.8, so you're talking about a click and a half above his average. And he seems to have been in the same neighborhood tonight, more 93s than 90s and 91. So that's a really good sign as he bounces back from elbow problems.
Come on, Carlos.
He may have to manage all year. He's got a bone spur on that elbow, and likely will have it out at the end of the year, but have to spend some time on the injured list. That's why this is only his 7th start of the season. 3-2 coming to Arcia.
He went.
Missed away, and he did not swing, and that's ball 4. Issued by Carrasco.
Good eye by Arcia. Tough pitch to lay off and 2 strikes. It was a ball.
So now Michael Harris.
What a difference a year makes, Garrett, for this young man.
Last year, as a rookie, 19 home runs, 64 RBIs, hit 287.
Come on, Carlos.
Rookie of the year in the National League, and it just hasn't gone right for him. He had back problems in April that sent him to the injured list for 19 games, and he has not really been able to hit his stride since coming back. And he goes after that back foot slider, and it's 1-1. Well, the award winners have not necessarily fared well this year. Showalter's team is at 500. Alcantara has struggled. Harris has struggled mightily. Goldschmidt has held up his end, but his team's been terrible.
St. Louis is, I think it's the worst start I thought I heard since 76 and 78. I was a member of those 2 teams.
That must have made you feel good. Coming to Harris.
Come on, Carlos. Get that down.
I have fond memories of 76 because we were so bad, and the Phillies were so good in 76 that I finally got an opportunity to play every day in the second half of the season because we were so far out.
And a swing and a miss. Got him with
All right. 1 out.
So
Nice strikeout.
For the second time. That's the 4th strikeout for Carrasco. Well, that's the thing. I mean, there are opportunities for young players in advanced seasons. And what was great for the Braves last year about Harris and Strider is that they stepped into a winning program and produced at such a high level.
Come on, Carlos. Watch out for first pitch here.
Either one of them could have won the Rookie of the Year.
There you go.
Acuna gets dusted off.
Get him off that plate.
Acuna singled the center in the third. Last year was a transitional year for Acuna, coming back from the ACL tear that had shortened his season 2 years ago, and he didn't seem to be himself the entire year. I mean, there were times when he showed flashes of his speed and his electric nature, but there were days when he admittedly did not feel well, and that knee didn't really allow him to perform at the level that he wanted. This year,
Carlos.
he has hit the ground running, and he has been all out. It's a ground ball to short.
Double play.
To Lindor, to Escobar.
Yeah, double play. All right, Carlos. Another double play by Carlos Carrasco to end the inning. Solid 5 innings from Carlos Carrasco. 1 run, 76 pitches. Probably will get the 6. That's exactly what we needed from Carlos Carrasco, and the Mets need to tack on runs. Let's get it. Come on, guys. Good job. Again, Carrasco keeping that ball down. That is where he is successful. Keeping that ball down, especially with that hard sinker, it's very hard to lift a sinker. And when you keep it down, it's very hard to lift. And you've seen it right there. Acuna hit it hard, but right at somebody. So nice turn by Lindor. 6-4-3 double play, and that ends the inning. Second huge double play to get out of the inning for Carrasco. And the Mets are coming up in the top of the 6th. 4-1 Mets. Nice to see. Yeah, you know, it's funny, guys. I'm in the group chat right now with a lot of Mets fans and people that are living in New York area, New Jersey area. They're actually, you know, people have to put their ACs on even though it's not that hot out because the smoke is just really bad from the wildfires in Canada. It's very hard to breathe. And I got my ACs on right now in the living room. I got it in the room that I'm in right now because it's bad. So I'm surprised my job didn't call me yet because there might be an issue with people getting to work. And I know it's almost impossible to see outside as well. So if you're going anywhere, you're going to work, like unfortunately me, be careful, guys. It's dangerous out there right now. All right, top of the 6th, 4-1 Mets. McNeil leading off.
Because of the hour, Jeff McNeil leads off against his fellow golfer, Bryce Elder, and takes below the knees for ball 1. Jeff drew a walk, scored in front of Alonso's home run in the third when the Mets got all their runs. 2 run homers by Lindor and Alonso, and Carlos Carrasco has made that stand up. And McNeil gets tied up by that sinker and fouls it off 1-1. Alonso to follow, and then Vogelbach against Elder.
Come on, Jeff.
Through 5 innings for Bryce Elder, and as Keith noted, he's not going all that deep into games, although he did go 7 1/3 his last start against Oakland. He just missed the inside corner 2-1.
Well, he's gone. He's had 7 quality starts, and 2 of them, one he went into the 8th, and 1 was 7. So
Ball 3.
You'll take that in today's game.
High pitch count for the year was 103, so they would like to nurse him through this inning, but you can't imagine he'd go much beyond that. And McNeil golfs one to shallow right.
That might drop. Oh, stays up, 1 out.
It's 5 in a row retired by Elder.
Well, here are the balls that have hurt the 4 hits, and then 2 home runs in the blue of the strikeouts. You can see all the strikeouts are out the strike zone.
Even the 2 alternate strikes.
Right, inside on the baby. But the 2 home runs basically in the same spot. Both hanging breaking balls.
Alonso hit his
Come on, Pete.
22nd of the year in the 4th inning, and he hits this
Oh,
one
goodbye.
in left field. Rosario
Get out.
drifting
Get
over.
out.
Looks like this
Get
will
out.
stay in the park.
Oh,
The legs
Jesus.
near the fence. He
Just missed that. Just got under that. Damn.
Well, I'll tell you what, Pete has swung the bat good tonight.
Better at bats from Pete Alonso there. Just under that pitch.
Pop-ups to first base, second base, shallow right field. Getting the
2
barrel
outs.
out tonight, and that's a good sign. Can't tell you what it is. They've had an off day. They flew down after the game yesterday, after the sweep, 2 days ago, Sunday. And that off day, whether it's on the road or home, sometimes just get away from it. It can work wonders on a team's psyche.
Vogelbach's been up twice, struck out both times. Alonso's home run tonight was his 22nd. Came in the Mets' 61st game of the year. Only one other Met has ever hit 22 home runs in the team's first 61 games. That was Dave Kingman in 1976. And just for comparison, if you want to go back to his 2019 season when he hit 53, that year his 22nd home run came in the 66th game of the year. So this year it came in the 61st, so he's a little ahead of that pace. Speaking of home run hitters, Aaron Judge just went on the injured list for the Yankees. So that means we will not see him next week at Citi Field to the Vogelbach. And of course, that will slow down what has been another phenomenal year for Judge. He's put up very similar numbers to the ones he had last year. 2-2 coming, and Vogelbach takes strike 3.
And Vogelbach takes strike 3. And the Mets don't score in the top of the 6th. And the Mets lead 4-1 still. Going to the bottom of the 6th, it'll be 2, 3, 4. Olsen, Riley, Murphy in the bottom of the 6th with Carrasco coming back out on the mound to see if he can get through 6 innings here. I would not be shocked if after the 6th inning, no matter what his pitch count is, that Carrasco probably won't come out for the 7th. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. Buck, even with Verlander and McGill, kept these guys in over 100 pitches. So he's been a little different with keeping them guys in a little bit longer when he feels good about them. But I would be shocked if he goes past the 6th inning. But we'll see. So far, so good for Carrasco. This is going to be the inning right here for Carrasco. You got 2, 3, 4. You got Olsen, Riley, and Murphy. All 3 guys can go deep. So let's see if Carrasco can do the job here and have a nice start and giving the Mets a very good opportunity to win the ball game here. So once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button. And thank you for hanging out all night with me. Yep, and it's this is something, guys, and I wish I can. Sometimes the chat just the comments just don't pop up for me today, but it's very simple when you play the Braves. Keep them in the ballpark, you got a chance to win those games, and solo home runs won't always hurt you, but. That's what you got to do against the Braves. You got to keep them in the ballpark. That is the most important thing to do against this team. You keep them in the ballpark, it's hard for them to score runs. So that's why you got to keep the guys off the base. And, you got a 3-run lead right now, 3 guys that can take you deep. So you got to be careful here. So Carrasco's pitching in the 6th. I think he has 75 or 76 pitches, if I'm not 76 pitches. Here we go, 4-1 Mets, bottom of the 6th.
Olsen's 1 for 2 and a base hit back in the first. And takes first pitch, change it with the knees, 0-1. The Reds walked off the Dodgers. Gary runs to the bottom of the 9th. Reds win 9-8. Big day for the Reds. They called up the number 1 prospect in baseball, Ellie De La Cruz. He went 1 for 3 his debut. Played third base. been a lot of conversation about what the Reds are going to do with De La Cruz there. Of course, they have Jonathan India, who won a Rookie of the Year award a couple of years ago. And they've got Matt McLean, who's been called up to play most of the shortstop lately. De La Cruz, considered the number one prospect in baseball. They say power, speed, arm. He's right at the top of the lists in every one of those categories. And, the Reds potentially have a chance to make some real noise in that division. I know there's still 5 games under 500. They called up a kid named Andrew Abbott, a lefty who made his debut last night with 6 scoreless innings. They can ever get their other young pitchers on track. Graham Ashcraft has struggled. Nick Lodolo's on the injured list. But they've got really good young talent in that organization.
Well, Hunter Green.
Come on, Carlos.
Yeah, he
Let him beat you. Nobody on base. He hits a home run. It's only 4-2.
Great arm. He just needs to hone his secondary pitches.
3-2 to Olsen, and that's outside
damn it.
ball 4. So for the second straight inning, Carrasco walks the leadoff guy. His first 2 walks of the night. Rysel did appear to be done after 101 pitches over 6 innings. The one bad inning. Jesse Chavez, the ageless right-hander, is up.
And he's, I like him. He is solid.
Come on, Carlos.
Austin Riley's been on base twice. Single to right center, then was hit by a pitch in the third. Carrasco's already got 2 ground ball double plays tonight. Riley drives this one to left. Come over toward the line. Ace McNeil. He can't get it. Plays on high. On the third goes Olsen, and Riley into second. He slides safely. A rare mistake by McNeil.
I'm not sure what McNeil was doing there. Second and third, nobody out.
Riley takes the extra base.
That ball was up in the air long.
Right to third.
Very good read on the bases by Olsen. I thought this ball, when he hit it, was going out. He must have got it towards the end or to get in. Towards the end.
He's got to throw that ball to second, doesn't he?
Yes.
I mean, if he throws it there, he probably keeps
All right.
Riley at first base.
He does. He does.
They're going to give him credit for the double, but you can see he was slowing down coming around first.
It is a double.
Yep.
All right, Carrasco's got to bear down here.
Nobody out, and just like that, they're going to bring the tying run to bat with Sean Murphy, who's grounded into a double play and flied out. Drew Smith is up in the Mets bullpen as Carrasco faces his first crisis since the first inning. Infield back with a 3-run lead. And Murphy drives one to left. McNeil toward the gap. Will get there. That's going to drive him 2. Olsen and Riley both score. Sean Murphy stands at second.
There you go, guys. Exactly what I was talking about. Now it's a 1-run lead, and the ball game is back on. Can't walk the batters. You walk the leadoff man, you get into trouble.
Gets a fastball first pitch. This is a laser beam in the gap. First 2 bats, he left 4 men on base, so he drove in 2.
40 RBIs now for Murphy, who started the day in the top 10.
Oh, that's what I talk about. The Mets got to tack on there.
This has come quickly.
Drew Smith warming up in the bullpen.
3-run lead, a leadoff walk to Olsen. Riley's second
Leadoff
pitch.
walks kills you.
then
And Buck's taking him out. I'm not blaming him here.
Double, and that's going to be all for Carrasco. Buck Showalter find as much time as he could for Drew Smith. But Carrasco, who had been fairly cruising after the Albies home run of the second.
All right, so Buck is taking Carrasco out of the game. And I'm not shocked by that. You can't let the lead get away here. You gotta bring in your bullpen. You gotta use your bullpen here. Carrasco looked like he ran out of gas there, just leaving pitches up, getting a little wild with his pitches. Leadoff walk kills. He got away with it 2 times in this game. Third time, it bit him in the ass. So Carrasco comes out 5+ innings, 3 runs, and that runner is charged to him at second base if he comes in. So again, 5 runs, 5 innings, 3 runs for Carrasco. Not a great outing, but probably more than what a lot of people expected. And walks kills, especially leadoff walks. And I said it, 2, 3, 4 is not going to be easy to get through this inning there. So game's back on. All right, guys. So 4-3 Mets. Mets had needed to attack on again. This is you got to attack on runs against this Braves team. But the Mets still have a 1-run lead. But it's not going to be easy holding on to that lead when there's a guy on second with nobody out, and you'll have Rosario, Arcia. I'm sorry, who the hell is it? Rosario, Acuna, or Albies and Acuna. So Drew Smith is in the game.
They're in scoring position. Look at his inherited runners. He's left with 9 of 10 stranded. He has found gotten faith in his fastball. He said he's realized his fastball is his best pitch, and I agree. He had a good homestand.
All right, so see if Drew Smith can keep this lead for the Mets here and get out of it.
Second and nobody out. Rosario's popped up and struck out 0 for 2. Carrasco had 5 good innings, but it went south in a hurry here in the 6th. And Rosario has to turn his head out of the way of a first pitch fastball. Not even close. That ball had plate. And he's just on top of the plate. You can see.
Go on, Drew.
Rosario swings through that fastball. That's what you're talking about, that confidence in that fastball up in the zone. Drew's throwing that fastball more this year. Rosario's got that low ball swing. Ozzie Albies on deck. Rosario fouls back that fastball.
All right, Drew, come on.
And he beat him 96 on the gun. 3 straight fastballs to start off Rosario. Rosario is not a guy that trying to get that runner over right here. He go out of the strike zone against him now. Head 1-2.
And foul ball.
On the changeup from Smith. And you saw Narvaez tap his glove on the ground. He wanted that breaking ball in the dirt.
Almost held on to that.
Just got a piece. Almost set it in Narvaez's glove line up the ground. I was trying to sell it, say, I caught it.
Come on, Drew.
One, two. Coming to Rosario. He fouled with that fastball. Carrasco at 5 innings plus, 6 hits, 3 runs so far, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts, a hit batsman, a home run. Responsible for Murphy at second, and Rosario got a piece again. He's pulling a Mookie here, and Mookie's red hot. I'm talking about my little teammate. Mookie used to pick balls off the ground, headline drives. We talked about Rosario and his swing percentage. Doesn't matter what you throw him right now, he's probably going to swing at it.
Come on, Drew.
The slider in the dirt. And then back to the changeup, but it's fouled off.
Called the foot outside. I don't know how he got a piece because he's on top of the plate.
He's 7 pitches already in this at bat. Drew's thrown out everything but the curveball. Again, the 1-2.
Got him. All right, Drew, 1 out. Big strikeout there.
He just went up the ladder on him. Rosario, you don't have to throw him a strike.
Come on, Drew.
After he got ahead of the count, he threw 5 straight pitches out of the strike zone. Sprout fouled off the first 4, but he couldn't possibly reach that one. So now Albies, who homered for the first Atlanta run in the second. And he gets beat on a high fastball to start this at bat.
Here's the home run by Albies. He's got the Braves on the board early lead.
His 13th home run of the year. Murphy in second and 1 out. And that's up and out of the strike zone. 1-1.
Another guy right now, Albies, vulnerable upstairs, left-handed. Very open stance, almost stiff-legged, with a big leg kick, and he strides at the pitcher, but he's got a big uppercut.
He's 0 for 7 in his career against Smith. And he pops this one a mile high on the out.
All right, should be 2 outs.
We'll take charge of it.
All right.
2 out. So Drew Smith brought in with a tying run at second and nobody out. Has retired the first 2.
Well, Drew's coming in with both guns blazing here. He's just bringing some cheddar.
So now Marcelo Zuna, who's been a hot hitter, but has grinded out in both his at-bats today.
Another guy that's a swinger that he can throw pitches out of the strike zone. He can chase.
Zuna for the season hitting just 156 with runners in scoring position. That's been a big bugaboo for the Braves all year. They're 219 as a team with runners in scoring position. The first pitch slider moving away, ball 1.
Yes, they are, and that's 14th in the National League.
They make their hay with home runs. But Murphy had a big hit this inning to drive in a pair. And Zuna trying to pick him up, and he races one to the left field corner, and that'll tie up the game. Murphy is in to score. Zuna into second base with a one-scoring double, and the Braves have drawn even.
Well,
And then bring him up, Gary. So 2 big hits with runners in scoring position in this inning for the Braves. Murphy and now Zuna to tie up the game.
Hanger just stayed on right down the middle and down, laced down the left field line.
Now Orlando Arcia, the go-ahead run at second, takes a fastball for a strike.
Zuna has got a fast bat. The guy lets go with one hand, and he's dangerous. He is dangerous. Smith obviously upset.
Drew made a lot of good pitches in this inning, but the one bad one costs him. After he struck out Rosario and got Albies on a pop-up. Arcia's grounded out and walked tonight 0 for 1. Braves now have 7 hits on the night. And that one bounces away from Narvaez. He can't find it. Finally locates it in time to keep Zuna from thinking about trying to score.
Boy, that ball just was spiked.
I think it came up and in with a mask. That went down to
it had to be a changeup. That's way in front. I did get him in a minute ago.
And that completely disoriented him as to where the ball
It
was.
was a slider. He really.
So now the go-ahead run at third with 2 out. 2-1 to Arcia. He throws that fastball by him.
Drew Smith's got to stick to his fastball. It's so much better.
For Drew.
2-2 coming to Arcia. It's 2
Come on, Drew.
Michael Harris could be next. All 3 runs in this inning charge to Carrasco. His final line is sealed. Arcia fouls back the fastball. So Carrasco goes 5 innings plus, allows 4 runs, 6 hits, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. They hit batsman on a home run, and no decision for him tonight. After 5 really good innings and 1 not so good. Ozuna at third with 2 down, 3-2 to Arcia. And he fouls back another fastball up out of the strike zone. This is a Braves team that does not look to walk. They're 9th in the league in walks. And even so, they lead the league in on-base percentage. And they lead the league in slugging percentage. This is an offensive juggernaut. 3-2 coming. And it's hit toward the middle.
5-4 Braves. 4 runs in this inning. Another ball hit hard.
An infield hit for Arcia to bring in the go-ahead run. It's a 4-run inning, and Atlanta goes back in front.
Breaking ball, Garrett, and I can't second guess a breaking ball here. Not a bad pitch. A little good hitting by Arcia. All those fastballs he found off. Good effort by Escobar.
You know, if Ozuna had not advanced on the wild pitch and he was still at second, that would have been a fascinating play to see if he could have scored for second base. Remember, a good point, though. So Arcia drives in his 14th run of the year, and the Braves are back in front. Talking about all the troubles the Braves have had with runners in scoring position. That's 3 hits with runners in scoring position in this inning. And Harris gets dusted. Harrison up twice, struck out both times against Carrasco. He takes that changeup low in, and it's 2-0. Well, the Mets started out well here last year and lost that last series. And they're finding the going rough tonight. High slider fouled off, and it's 2-1.
Well, ever since that series, the Mets took it last year. So the 4-5 in that series is Dominic Leone
In New York.
in New York. They've lost 8 out of the last 10 to the Braves since then.
Grounded down to third, and Beatty bobbles it, recovers, fires.
Got him out. All right. Nice recovery by Beatty and Alonso with the scoop to get the third out, but not before the Braves take the lead with 4 runs in the 6th. It unravels quickly. That's why the 2 home runs were nice, but you have to tack on runs. So 5-4 Braves going to the top of the 7th. You know, the home runs, everybody wants home runs from the Mets. Well, you're getting home runs and you're getting losses as well. So it doesn't always work like that. All right, guys. So Mets trail by 1, 3 innings to go. And I probably have to leave to go to work very soon, unfortunately. So after this top of the 7th, I will leave the stream on. while I head to work. So you guys can listen to the last part of the game. I thank you guys for tuning in there. All right. Wow, that pitch wasn't even close for strike one. All right, Marte's up.
The seventh inning with the Braves now leading 5-4. Starting Marte struck out both of his at bats tonight. Chavez misses
And the same pitch was a ball this time. Interesting.
Chavez, good stuff. It's
Chavez is amazing.
off the charts, pretty much the same. He gets both sides out. Left-handers 195 against him. Right-handers 220.
He's been doing this for a long time for a lot of different teams.
Oof.
He throws a fastball by Marte, and it's 2-2.
He knows how to pitch.
Chavez will turn 40 years old in August. Braves bullpen has been a source of some concern this year, but all of a sudden they've started to kick it in gear a little bit. Right now, the Braves bullpen working on a streak of 13 straight scoreless innings. And the breaking ball foul.
Marte fouls it off.
Now, the one befuddlement is AJ Minter, the left-hander, just having a miserable year. He's had a solid year last year out of the bullpen. He's their sole left-hander.
Ground ball. Can he beat it out? Safe. All right, Marte. So there you go. Putting the bat on the ball. Let the defense make the play. Good hustle by Marte. Leadoff error by Riley right there to get Marte on first there.
So a break for the Mets and a hustle down the line by Marte.
It's an error on Riley.
He hustled out of the box.
Seventh error of the year for Riley.
And that's a routine play right there for him.
All right, Brett. Brett got a base hit his last at bat. See if he can do some here. Let's see if we can get that run back. Get back in this ball game down by 1.
Okay, it's going to be on the exchange. Sure is.
Come on, Brett.
Marte 17 stolen bases. He's been caught only 3 times.
Ball 2.
This is inside to Beatty. 2-0. And there is the aforementioned AJ Minter, a lone lefty in the bullpen for the Braves. And Beatty with a
Oh,
check
come on,
swing
Beatty.
foul.
That's right down the middle.
2-0.
Take that ball the other way.
Opposition has stolen 2 bases this year against Chavez, none caught. Marte has not been getting a very big lead in any of these first three pitches.
Could be putting him to sleep. You never know.
2-1 the count. Good pitch to Ron. Not going. And Beatty
Ball
takes
3.
the fastball high. Now Chavez behind 3-1. Brett Beatty's first home run and his first big league at bat came in this ballpark.
Breaking ball. Charlie Morton, if I remember correctly.
Marte started in stock. Ground ball to second.
Double play.
It turned to Garcia for the 4-6-3.
Play the kids.
Marte
Let them continue to screw up, too.
And he kept going. That play might have developed differently.
Jesus Christ.
But the 4-6-3 double play erases the base run.
Taylor made.
Beatty should be batting 9th. He's like 1 for 19. Jesus Christ.
Oh, boy, it's a pitcher's best friend. So 2 out and nobody on, and now Escobar, who's lined out to right and grounded into a double play. Each team has turned 2 double plays on the infield in this game.
And both teams over 50, 54 double plays now for the Bravos.
Braves overall played excellent defense this year. They're 7th in the major leagues in defensive runs saved.
They made 38 errors on the year, kind of middle of the pack.
Cutter runs low and in. It's 1-2.
Mets
Come on, Eddie.
made an outstanding only 20 errors on the season.
Escobar has a home run and 8 career at-bats against Chavez. Pulls that one down to first.
Right to Olsen. And that ends the inning. So that double play hurt the inning there. But play the young kids. Why not? Everybody wants the young kids as long as we lose. So once again, guys, the Braves lead 5-4 in the bottom of the 7th coming up. Again, when you don't tack on runs, you end up leaving your pitcher vulnerable to what just happened, and that's where the Mets are right now. Again, everybody's getting what they wanted. They wanted home runs for this team for the last 3 weeks. They've been hitting home runs all over the place, and they've been losing more games than not. So everybody gets what they wanted, so nobody should be mad. Just so everybody knows. You're getting your home runs, but nothing else. You don't win ball games like that. Sorry. So we hit home runs from Alonso and Lindor, and that has been it for the Mets. Good at-bats early on, bad at-bats later. And that is basically what happened. They didn't tack on the runs when they had a 3-run lead, and it bites you in the ass at the moment in the 7th inning. And there you go. And I don't want to hear people saying, I have people in the group chat now talking about taking out Carrasco. Carrasco was pitching solid for 5 innings. And when Murphy came up, it was Carrasco who made him hit into a double play and strike out. What are you supposed to do in that position? So all of a sudden we're trusting Drew Smith or we're trusting this Mets bullpen all of a sudden? Come on. It doesn't work like that, guys. All right, you can't be a Monday morning quarterback and talk about after the fact. It doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. Stop acting like you knew the move they should have made after the fact, because that's what our managers are doing. Managers got to make the move in that moment and make the call in that moment, not after the fact. Because if Carrasco would have got out of the inning, Buck would look like a genius, right? So what are you supposed to do in that situation? Again, maybe we should blame Epler more for giving Buck a shit bullpen. Nobody you can trust except for Robinson. So Jeff Brigham is in the game for the Mets. And the Mets are down by 1 going to the bottom of the 7th. So I hate when people are Monday morning quarterbacks. It comes back to the same thing. Stop saying that he should have done this, he should have done that after the fact. Because everybody looks like a genius after the fact. It doesn't work like that. Carrasco was pitching well. Not great, but he was pitching well. He was striking out the same guys, and Murphy was struggling against Carrasco. He left the pitch up. Very simple. And Drew Smith came in and couldn't hold the lead. So maybe we should have put in Dominic Leone or now Jeff Brigham, right? Who do you trust? I don't trust Ottavino. I don't trust Raley. Raley, there was all right-handers coming up in that spot. So Raley is not an option in that spot. You're turning Albies around in a better right-hander than a left-hander. What are you going to do? Ottavino even if you wanted to bring him in here, you usually don't. He's not been trustworthy this year for the most part. And you ain't bringing Robinson in now, so who do you trust? So the Mets down by 1. Acuna is leading off.
Right after Carrasco was charged with 4 in his 5 innings plus. Acuna is 1 for 3 tonight. And goes after a first pitch slider and fouls it off. 0-1. Orlando Arcia had the go-ahead hit for Atlanta. Ball that Escobar tried to lay out for and just couldn't quite squeeze. Cutter off the plate from Brigham, a ball and strike. Acuna 2 hits and 5 career at-bats against Jeff Brigham. And he skies this one to right center. Should be easy for Marte. 1 out. Now a word from Duncan.
Save them, stack them, use them how you want. Not a member? Join on the app today.
1 out and nobody on to the home 7th. Matt Olson got the whole thing started for the Braves in their 4-run 6th through a leadoff walk. Good take on a 3-2 pitch from Carrasco, and that set the whole inning in motion. Goes after a first pitch cutter and misses 0-1.
Boy, you throw him waist down, mid-thigh to knee, he's going to put a hurt on you.
You can't down it in with that cutter, and it's 0-2.
You don't like that cutter on his hand. No, I didn't either.
Olson has struck out his only career at bat against Brigham. That's 4 runs, 4 hits. The Braves 5 runs and 8 hits. We're in the bottom of the 7th. Game delayed an hour and 40 minutes at the start by rain. 0-2 coming, and he fouls off the fastball. Did I say delayed by rain? Delayed by expected rain. The rain that never arrived. It was a dry delay. Got a foul on the slider for Brigham. Now, Matt, hey, you know what today is? It's the 79th anniversary of the Normandy invasion, D-Day. Yes, it is. Which also means it's Bud Harrelson's 79th birthday. Buddy was born on D-Day. And, of course, Buddy always has been one of our favorites. Player, coach, manager.
And strikes out Olson 2 outs.
Slider. And so Brigham fans Olson for the second out. This is wicked.
That is a can't throw a better slider. Brigham, that's his nasty slider he threw right there.
Anyway, we wish Buddy all the best.
Yes.
At home on Long Island, battling Alzheimer's, and hope that he's tuned in. And
I'm going to go visit Buddy with Rob Dummerhouse.
oh, that'd be great.
I'm going to have a lot of time off before and after the All-Star break. And I'm going to pick a day to go see Buddy with Rob.
Austin Riley's had a good night on base 3 times, a single, a double, hit by a pitch. And takes the cutter up and away, and it's 2-0. There's a good slider at the top of the zone. It's 2-1.
That slider is crazy.
More and more pitchers do that.
It's fearful. It makes me cringe.
As long as it stays at the top of the zone, it doesn't, end up middle.
They were just, right-handers were eyeball hitters in my day. You throw a hang-up slider or a slider upstairs, put a hurt on you. But, everybody's a low-ball hitter today. And so it seems, the majority.
That's it out to right field. Chasing Marte back a few strikes onto the
All right.
to make the count.
And it's 1-2-3 inning for Brigham. Mets coming up in the top of the 8th, 5-4 Braves. Yeah. Mets will have up Narvaez, Nimmo, and Lindor. I'm curious. I wonder if Alvarez will, because there's going to be a lefty. Minter's going to be coming in. Would you bring Alvarez to pinch it for Narvaez here? Put that right-handed bat there. You know, the Mets like matchups. Love that lefty-righty stuff. So I would pinch hit Alvarez in that spot for Narvaez, since Narvaez is a lefty. So once again, guys, thank you for tuning in. I apologize about the comments that I can't see much. It goes away too quickly. For some reason, it's not working today, so I apologize not interacting much with you guys, but at least I can bring in a game. I'm trying to hold off for the ending of the game so I can, get through the entire stream without being able to run to work. So far, so good. Mets trail by 1, top of the 8th. Got 9-1-2. I'm very curious. I wonder if Minter's coming into this game in the 8th. So I'm thinking you would pinch it Narvaez, who's a lefty, for Alvarez, who's a right-hander. I think that's probably a better matchup. But we'll see. So Carrasco started out pretty decent, 5 innings. Started the breakdown in the 6th there. I wasn't mad that he kept Carrasco in there. Pitched well, been getting out of jams against Murphy there. I probably can't kill him there. I can't really kill that there. I mean, Carrasco's pitching well. Who do you trust in the bullpen? So I think that's the more of a bigger issue there for the Mets. Excuse me, guys. So, Mets are down by 1. See if the offense can get this ball game here. Oh, wow. Wow, whoa. Tommy Pham is batting for Narvaez. I'm a little shocked by that. Tommy Pham. I'm not sure. That's an interesting call.
Pham takes the first fastball for a strike, 0-1. Pham coming off a 2-home-run game Sunday against Toronto.
That's interesting. Very interesting.
59 hitter against left-handers. All 5 of his home runs against lefties.
And you might ask why Pham rather than Alvarez, since you have to bring Alvarez into the game anyway. But if Pham profiles as a better base runner if he gets aboard,
He's got the power to pop, and if he gets on base, you got a guy who can steal the base.
Mentor though ahead of the count 0-2, Nimmo on deck. And Pham hooks that one foul.
Oh, that's actually a good point. They were saying that Tommy Pham is a better option to get on base and be a threat on the base path. You can't pitch it Alvarez, and you can't take him out of the game because you have no more catchers. But, I mean, you're looking for a home run in this spot, I would guess. But, that's where analytics come involved. I guarantee it's all analytics here.
And then you got Nimmo in the under circle who's wearing out left-handers.
They lost Tyler Matzik, who was the other quality lefty in that bullpen, and Minter has not been able to pick up the slack. And Cutter misses low in. It's 2-2. Minter's given up 3 home runs in 26 innings of work this year. Pham had a quick swing and fouls back a fastball. So after falling behind 0-2, Pham's worked his way back in. Adam Ottavino up in the Mets bullpen. Getting ready for the bottom of the 8th. 7th pitch of the at-bat coming from Minter to Pham.
And Tommy strikes out.
There's a strikeout for Minter to start the top of the 8th.
Well, he had a lot of fastballs to hit, and he fouled them back and allowed the Minter to make his pitch. And that's a back foot slider.
So 1 out and nobody on. Now Brandon Nimmo, who's 0 for 3 tonight. Nimmo 1 for 8 in his career against Minter. And Brandon takes first fastball outside for ball 1. Brandon has hit lefties well all year, but he's in a funk right now. Just 3 hits in his last 24 at bats.
Come on, Brandon.
Francisco Lindor, who's homered tonight, waits on deck. Let's try to get something going here in the 8th. And Nimmo takes that fastball outside and low, and it's 2-0. Walks have not been the problem for Minter. He's only walked 6 batters in 26 innings, but he's given up 28 hits and 19 runs.
Left-hander's hitting 300 off of him here. What do they call him?
It's called a timer violation on Nimmo.
Yeah, second one, and then what?
And he got called strikes on one of those. There's the homestand. So now it's 2-1 to Brandon. Have to be alert at 8 seconds on the pitch timer. 2-1 for Minter, and it's fouled away. A better swing at that fastball, and it's 2-2. One out and nobody on. 2-2 to Nimmo. And Brandon takes it just off the plate.
Finally got that call off the plate.
Wow.
That's been calling strikes all game.
That's Rayburn, DJ. He's been calling that borderline outside pitch a strike. Gave it to Nimmo.
Now it's 3-2 to Brandon. And he
Ball
takes
four.
that one outside for ball.
All right, that's a big walk there for Nimmo.
After taking a borderline pitch and
All right, Lindor's coming up right-handed.
one outside to walk. And now the Mets up the tying run at first with Lindor coming up. Third inning, breaking ball, Lindor.
2-run shot. Got the Mets with a lead.
That game from the left side. Now he bats from the right side against Minter. He's been a better right-hand hitter this year. And Lindor takes a fastball for a strike.
Wow, that was a get-me-over strike right there.
1 for 6 in his career against Minter. His home run was his 11th. He's now driven in 42 runs. That puts him in the top 5 in the National League.
It's a good matchup for Lindor here.
And Francisco takes a changeup off the plate. It's 1-1.
Minter likes to throw inside. What I've seen of him, he's more confident with that inside strike than the outside part of the plate. And Lindor likes the ball middle in, Gary, from left-handers.
1-1 coming. And
Oh, he missed it.
center.
Shit.
And Harris barely has to move.
Oh, God damn it.
And that's the second out.
He
Lindor's
missed that
reaction,
pitch.
That was right down the pipe. He got a good cut.
Just a little late on that pitch.
So
Damn it.
2 out. Yellow is still at first, and it's left to Jeff McNeil. Jeff is 0 for 2 on a walk tonight. McNeil is 2 for
just
14
missed that
in his career
pitch.
against Minter. Left-hand hitter generally does not give away much against left-hand pitching, but this is a guy who has given him trouble. Tying at first, 2 out. And that gets away from Murphy. And
Oh,
down to second
wild
base
pitch,
goes
and Nimmo gets in scoring position with 2 outs. Oh,
Murphy reaching awkwardly to that low and away pitch.
He didn't move. He didn't move much.
No, he just moved his glove.
He's on his knee.
He's going to score that wild pitch, but that's on Murphy.
And that puts.
all right, base hit should score Nimmo here,
Base hit ties the
hopefully.
ball game.
depending on where you hit it.
With 2 down, 1-0 to
Come on, Jeff.
Dan McNeil
Oof.
strikes 1 foul.
Another hanger left by Minter there.
A 1-out walk to Nimmo. He's at second on a wild pitch. Arcia trying to keep him close there. 1-1 coming from Minter. And McNeil strokes one out to left center, cutting across Harris with Rosario, and it's Rosario to make the catch.
Damn it.
And that retires the side.
Well, Mets had an opportunity there. Lindor missed the pitch just late on that pitch, popped it up, and then McNeil hits a soft fly ball to left field, and the Mets do not score in the 8th and go into the bottom of the 8th, 5-4 Braves. So once again, guys, the Mets trail 1-0. I'm sorry, 1-0 by 1 run, going to the bottom of the 8th. Again, you put 4 runs on the board. I know it's not a lot of runs, but you put 4 runs on the board. You know, we talked about this all year. The pitching and the hitting has not come together at the same time. I mean, you put up 4 runs here, you know, you got to win the ball game. It's frustrating, but it's not over yet. You know, you get last licks in the 9th. I mean, you get the 9th inning to get up here. You know, you're going to have 4, 5, 6 for the Mets. You know, hopefully you keep it to 1 run here, and one swing in the back can, you know, get you back in the ball game, and then we'll see what happens from there. But I don't think anybody did anything wrong here. You got to pitch better. You know, we keep on talking about the bullpen and what decisions anybody could have made. Carrasco is pitching fine. And, I mean, when you see Carrasco pitching fine and you don't trust nobody in your bullpen other than Ottavino and Robinson there, which you're not going to use in the 6th inning, you go into guys that you don't trust. So Buck trusted his starter today, and I don't have a problem with that. And Ottavino's in the 8th, and the Mets trail by 1. See if we can keep it to 1 and try to get our guys up at the 9th and try to come back and win this ball game.
He was asked to get 5 outs on Saturday against the Blue Jays. Francisco Alvarez in the catch after no buyers left for a pinch hitter. Sean Murphy leads off in the bottom of the 8th with the Braves looking for insurance, and Murphy takes a strike on the outside edge. Murphy had a big hit in the 4-run 6th inning to the Braves, a 2-run double that got them within a run. Marcelo Zuna that drove to the tying run, and Orlando Arcia a 2-out hit to drive in the go-ahead run. And the Braves have made that stand up. Good slider by Ottavino, who's been struggling with that slider lately.
It's interesting that Ottavino splits. He's usually been overpowering to right-handers. Right-handers hitting 244. Lefties 167.
Oh, sorry, guys. Game day went crazy on me.
And that missed somewhere. 1 and 2.
Sorry about that, guys.
He's developed the cutter, which is a better pitch against the lefties.
Game day just went crazy on me, guys. I apologize.
He's lost a little bit of feel for his slider, which has always been his signature pitch. This is away with the fastball. It's 2 and 2. Raisel Iglesias, the Braves closer, is up. That's Juan Alonso leading off at the top of the 9th. So putting up a 0 here is essential for Ottavino. At least give Pete a chance to tie the game with 1 swing. Slider popped up near home plate. Alvarez looking through the mask.
Oh, nice catch.
Just does not take that mask off of an up. So you just wonder what his vision is like trying to find them.
Got a little wind issue here, too. Kind of chased him up the line. Use 2 hands, Gary.
I want to be a one-handed all-star. Here's Eddie Rosario, who's 0 for 3 tonight. And he pounds one foul. Rosario, 2 strikeouts and a pop-up in this game. Rosario fouls that changeup into the ground, and it's 0-2. Carlos Carrasco went 5 innings plus. Allowed 4 runs in 6 innings. Drew Smith is on the hook for the Mets. He gave up the go-ahead run in the 6th. Jeff Brittle 1, 2, 3, 7th, and now Ottavino trying to negotiate the bottom of the 8th. 0-2 to Rosario. Yeah, he overpowered him with that fastball, and he just got a piece of it.
I think overpowered home plate umpire DJ Rayburn almost knocked him on his haunches.
Got him. Alvarez says, "You sure you're okay?" DJ says, "I'm good to go."
Like a Stan Stasiak heart punch.
Gorilla Monsoon. 0-2 coming. And Rosario has to move his feet. Ozzy Albies waiting on deck. Fly ball toward the left field line. Long run for McNeil, and it's over his head, and short hops the wall.
I don't know, but I know.
Second, McNeil bobbles and drops it again, and Rosario goes to third.
Wow. McNeil looks lost in his left field today. McNeil should have had 2 balls in left field earlier in this game. And now today, and in this one, I don't know what the hell he was doing here.
McNeil's been so solid defensively, and this is just unusual for him out there.
McNeil had a bad game in left field.
He's hustling all the way.
Well, everybody wants McNeil in left field. I like McNeil and leave him at second base. It's little mistakes that can kill you in games. McNeil has not looked comfortable today in left field.
Huge run for Alonso set to lead off in the 9th. And Albies backs away, and the cutter misses inside. It's 2-0.
All of a sudden, DJ Rayburn's tightened up the corners a little bit on his balls and strikes.
Marcelo Zuna waiting on deck. Now it's 3-0, and I think I'd be inclined to put him on at this point. Set up the double play with Ozuna. Yeah, that's what Buck's going to do. I was actually surprised he didn't do it on 2-0, but on 3-0, no sense messing around. So Mets have given out the fewest intentional walks of any team in the National League, but that was a no-brainer.
Now they're going to play double play depth and up the middle, or they're playing double play. Let's see where Lindor can't come home on a ground ball where he's at. They're going to play double play up the middle.
Ozuna tied up the game with a double to left in the 6th inning, and then came around with the go-ahead run. Now trying to add to that lead in the 8th. 1st and 3rd and 1 out. Albies has a pretty sizable lead. He's running. That's grounded to shortstop. Lindor with the flip is
Got the double play.
Oh, the second base umpire Clint Vondrock way in the beat as Escobar took the throw and called him out at second base. And that's a double play, and I'm sure the Braves will challenge the call in second.
Albies doesn't slide. Unbelievable.
That was a close play.
Well, if this gets overturned, it brings a run in. It's, it's a look and listen play with Albies running on the pitch, and he had a huge jump. Lindor
Let's see the replay. It's close.
And, boy, this was awfully
Look
close.
at this. Look how he has to slow up.
Wow, he's safe.
Yeah, it looks safe.
He's got a slide here, and it's not even close. Oh, my gosh.
It also should be interference by the base runner because he never got down.
It's going to be an easy overturn.
Yes, of course.
So it closes a
Well,
6-4-3.
That's an unlucky situation there.
For Ozuna. And that makes it a 6-4 Atlanta lead.
Boy, how can you not slide here? You cannot assume
He beat it. It's the correct call.
So now it's a 2-1 Atlanta
So
lead.
2-run lead for Atlanta.
Orlando Arcia, who got the go-ahead hit in the 6th inning. So a double by Rosario, the costly error by McNeil.
Well, errors came back to haunt you there.
And he comes home on that fielder's choice after the intentional walk. They're telling the scoreboard that there are 2 outs because it only says 1 on the board. That's why this home plate umpire, DJ Rayburn's putting up 2 fingers. Now they changed it.
Oh, it's been a long night. I was working on that rain delay.
It's 11:27. It's past everybody's been time. It's cued down to first, and that's just foul. That ball will stay fair. Arcia didn't even run.
Boy, he got tied up and in there.
With his hands.
This is, it happens. That's called getting overpowered by a fastball running in on your hands. Ouch.
I thought for sure it was going foul, and it did, but it almost stayed fair. In the 9th, the Mets will have Alonso, Vogelbach, and Marte, and now down by 2 runs. That means Pete can't tie the game. He's not by himself. And Arcia takes a slider for a strike, and it's 1-2. He was stepping to the bucket that time. Albies at second with 2 out. And Arcia able to foul off that fastball and stay in the at-bat. If everything stands, that will be an unearned run against Ottavino. And yet, its bullpen has been a little leaky lately. We'll chopper toward third, and that'll stay fair, and that'll be a base hit.
Well, good pitch. Nothing you can do there.
That makes the run earned. Gets her out of Murphy's Law mode right now. Everything that can go wrong is going wrong. Will go wrong. And they're in danger of their 4th straight loss, which would match their longest of the season unless they have a rally in them in the 9th. And Michael Harris is 0 for 3, struck out twice and grounded out. First and third, 2 out. Ottavino already 21 pitches deep in this inning. And he fires a fastball strike to Harris. And Harris overmatched by that fastball. It's 0-2. Iglesias with plenty of time to be ready for the 9th inning. Ottavino's 0-2. Arcia runs. That's it out to left. McNeil trying to measure it and makes the catch. McNeil's error proves costly as the Braves add a run. That's down by 2 as they come to bat against Iglesias in the 9th.
We're all in the finals.
All in the finals.
We're all in the finals.
We're all in the finals. We're all in the finals.
Yes, Coach.
We're all in the NBA finals.
For 46 years straight, more of you have trusted Ford F-Series trucks to help save the day. Stretch the weekend. Haul or tow.
All right, guys. So the Mets are going to get their final chance to try to, at the very least, tie the ball game up and see if they can get this game to the bottom of the 9th. You'll have Alonso, Vogelbach, and let's see. I think it's Marte, right? That's what it was. Yes, Alonso, Vogelbach, and Marte. I'm assuming. Oh, let me not assume anymore because who knows? I'm assuming you'll pinch it for Vogelbach. Maybe, possibly. Who knows? You got Vientos on the bench. Maybe they'll do that. I don't know. We'll see. Because Vogelback, I don't expect him to hit a home run. Could he get on base? Yeah, I guess so. But we'll see what Buck does there with Vogelback. So we'll see what is going on. We'll see if the Mets can make it interesting here. Again, 4 runs is not a lot, but you have a 4-1 lead. The bullpen guys you brought in, the bad error by McNeil there that, basically cost them a run. So Raisel Iglesias, who it was very funny last year when they got him and they left Jansen in the closer role for basically all year when Iglesias was just mowing everybody down. And now he is the closer. So we'll see if the Mets can get to Iglesias, who's 7 for 8 in opportunities, 3.09 ERA. Decent amount of walks in 11 innings. 6 walks, 11 strikeouts. First batter faces 308 on base, no home runs, 2 walks. We'll see if Alonso can get on base here, or maybe make it a little closer with a home run.
Alonso has a home run on his ledger against Iglesias. He also has a home run tonight, his 22nd. He leads off in the 9th and takes a fastball for a strike.
God, that umpire calls the strike 1 inning and then doesn't call it the next.
They try to come back in the 9th. In a game they once led 4-1. And he takes inside. Changeup. 1-1. Bryce Elder stands to be the winner. He went the first 6, allowed 4 runs, 4 hits, a scoreless inning apiece for Jesse Chavez and A.J. Minter. Mets haven't had a hit since the 4th inning. That's 2-1 to Alonso. Last hit was Beatty's single in the 4th. Mets have had only 4 hits all night. 2-1 coming. And Alonso cracks one down the left field line toward the pole line. It's a foul ball. It just barely went foul. A bullet down the left field line that almost hit the foul ball.
Gosh, did he crush that?
Just a bit quick.
My word, that was just a line drive rocket. He is so strong.
He was running hard to first base, too. I mean, that ball never had a chance to be in play. It was either going to be a foul ball or a home run.
That's almost 340 down that left field line.
116 miles an hour off the bat. It's a hardest hit ball.
And he strikes out.
Strikes him out. So the first down of the night. Don't put the fastball away, Garrett. Wasn't going to go back in there. Beat him. So 1 out and nobody on that. Daniel Vogelback, who's been up 3 times tonight and struck out all 3. He takes inside ball 1. That's still have Mark Canna and Mark Vientos left on the bench. Vogelback at the plate, Marte on deck. And Daniel takes a fastball for a strike, and it's 1-1. Let's get a base runner anywhere they can find one to have a chance in this game. And Vogelback grounds one off the backhand. All bases got it.
2 outs.
2 out. And thus, the Mets are down to their final out of the night. Mets had 1 good offensive inning in this game. 2 homers by Lindor and Alonso put them up 4-1. Carlos Carrasco pitched low for 5. Weakened in the 6th. Andrew Smith combined to give up 4 runs in that 6th inning. And the Mets have not had a hit since then. Here's Marte, who's got 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts, and he reached on there. And Marte takes a fastball just outside ball 1. Marte 5 hits and 19 career at-bats against Iglesias. Faced each other a lot with. Marte was a Pirate and Iglesias was a Red.
Oh, Jesus. Once again, that inside strike.
Iglesias, and now the Mets are down to their final strike. Marte will call timeout. 1-2 coming to Marte, and a defensive hack to keep that ball from beating him and keep the bat alive.
Well, this guy's got a great arm. Really comes in quickly. Almost throws like a catcher. Comes up to his ear. He's just a strong guy with a strong arm.
1-2 coming. Reached for and fouled off.
Fouled it off, staying alive.
Marte just trying to hang in against Iglesias. Brett Beatty would be next. 6th pitch of the bat. Marte got a piece of that changeup to stay in. He was fouled off 3 or 4 tough pitches in a row now. DJ Rayburn doing the right thing, giving Marte a chance to readjust his shin guard without letting the pitch time run. Now we'll reset it. 1-2 coming. And Marte grounds one toward third. Riley charging. That's a foul ball. Took it just outside the line, and Marte right hard all the way across the bag. We'll have to come on back. It was good to hang in there at bat against Marte. Now the question is, can he get a pitch to hit and get aboard and keep the Mets alive? Thanks, Church are going in game 2 of this series tomorrow night against Charlie Burnick of the Royal Horses. Weston Verlander against Spencer Strider on Thursday night. Marte has already seen 7 pitches in this at bat. He's been behind from the outset. Pitch number 8 coming from Iglesias to Marte. That's outside, 2-2. Marte not going away easily. Beatty hoping for a turn. 2-2 coming. Marte grunts that one toward the hole. Cut off by Riley.
And the ball game is over, and the Braves come back and beat the Mets 6-4 after the Mets get a little bit of offense from the Lindor and Alonso with two-run homers, and the Mets did not tack on any more runs. But it comes back to the fact you cannot trust the back arms of the bullpen with the guys that you use. You can't trust Drew Smith. You can't trust this guy. You can't trust that guy. And as soon as your starter gets into a little bit of trouble before the 6th inning, before the 7th inning, you're basically guessing who is going to come into the ball game. In the 6th inning, some could have said, "Oh, bringing Drew Smith in there." Okay, maybe. What about Jeff Brigham? What about Dominic Leone? Not very good options. And that's where the Mets fall into. Again, it happened quickly in the 6th inning with Carrasco, who was pitching well through the 5th after the 5th inning. I didn't blame Buck for trying to go with his starter there. Because, would you rather trust Carrasco or one of the other idiots that don't do anything in the bullpen? That is the game right there. But also, the Mets didn't tack on runs either. You only got 4 hits. After the 3rd inning, only got 1 hit in the 4th, and that was it. So that's another issue within itself. But you had a 4-1 lead, and you gave up 5 runs. And once again, the New York Mets either have some runs scored, and the pitching doesn't show up. It hasn't been connecting together all season. And it was a game where you saw Lindor and Alonso do something, but they were up in other spots where they didn't get it done either. So the little bit lack of offense, which again, you give your team a 3-run lead, you should hold it. Let's be honest. That's not a game where the pitcher should be giving up these runs. I'm sorry. And that's unfortunate, but the tack on runs are always important in ball games. They didn't do it. And that's where the Mets got into a little bit of trouble, because if Carrasco would have got through that 6th inning, I think it would have been a little bit better 7, 8, and 9 with the bullpen arms that you trust a little bit more than the Brighams of the world and the Smiths of the world. Or, if Dominic Leone would have came in, that was where the Mets fell apart right there. And that's where the Mets game just blew up. And again, 4 losses in a row. They tie the longest losing streak of the year, 4. And the Mets got to come out tomorrow and win. You got your 2, Scherzer and Verlander on the mound. No excuses. Win the fucking games. Just very simple like that. So Mets lose 6-4. And that was not a performance that you needed from the bullpen. Just plain and simple. So with that said, guys, everybody have a great night. 6-4, Braves beat the Mets. As always, Met fans, let's go Mets. I'll see you tomorrow night, 7:20. Scherzer on the mound against Charlie Morton. See what the Mets can do there. So everybody have a great night. See you next time, guys.